If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
That I can do, because, I'm a professional mechanic, and this is Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the House of Degas, also known as, what's that thing say on your mic?
Fastport Studios.
Yeah.
Fastport RadioNemo Studios. Hey guys, good morning.
Ooh,
what's going on?
Sultry voice on this Friday.
It's the groovy tunes that we're taking. No, not doing that. That's a different thing. That's
Thank
called
you.
Night Beat.
There it is.
That's called Night Beat. Just to let you guys know, we had a meeting about Night Beat, and it is going to continue for a very, very long time. Really thrilled about that. If you guys want a little beat in your night, go to nightbeat at radionemo.com. Just send a little email over there. Make your request, maybe for a song or for a theme, or maybe you want Dave to wax poetic about something back in the day. Dave Nemo would love it if you did that, and we're going to keep that segment going for as long as I am behind this microphone and Dave is behind a microphone. That's the fact, Jack. Good morning to you, phone master Thibodeau.
Good morning, Macintosh. Seamus.
I went and had a steak dinner last night.
Ooh, where at?
A place called the Steak Knife.
Oh, straight to the point.
Out in Lakeview. It has the best appetizers in the city of New Orleans. How far is it from here?
Yeah.
Not far at all. You know where the park is, right? On the other side of the park is the place where my parents live, Lakeview.
Yeah.
Because they have a view of the lake. There's a
touche.
thing called Harrison Avenue. There's an avenue called Harrison. It's the little kind of town square of that neighborhood, as it were. And there's a restaurant that has been there since the 70s. Now, in the 70s, it was a very different kind of place. It's a little more hoity-toity. Back then, it was expensive, but it wasn't as hoity-toity because you could smoke.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the Steak Knife was the kind of place that back in the day, Marshall Platter would have been like at the bar every night, pontificating and having the best steaks. Some people think in the city of New Orleans. Their appetite. You could go there though. My brother and I We split a steak last night, but we also got the crab au gratin.
Ooh.
So we got two dishes, and then we just cut them down in the middle and put them on either plate and went to work, man. It was good times.
And you've been going to that place for a while?
Oh, my brother, here's what's great. My brother actually started there as a busboy, worked there as a waiter, became the floor manager. It was the last job he ever had before he started his actual career. He actually thought about running a restaurant for a while because of it.
Because I'm always curious about older restaurants like that, because there's one in Biloxi. It's a staple. Well, there's a couple that are staples. And out of all the ones that have been there, the one has just been able to stay what's the word I'm looking for? I didn't want to say celibate. That's not the word I'm looking for.
True to itself?
True to itself, but there's another word that will come to mind later. But you're exactly nailing the head. But it just stays to what it represents. And then some of them...
True to itself.
Yeah. And then some of them just fall apart over time. Is that one of those restaurants that, because I'm always curious with... You stay in a restaurant you are, same owner, but keeping that chef in there that's not...
It's the brothers that run it. I'll put it this way, that Bobby Roth, who is one of the two owners, Guy Roth, Guy came over to the table to talk with us. His sister came by too. Old man Roth, their dad owned the place. They didn't know my mom and dad were there. Well, Guy did. But when Bob, who was actually working in the kitchen, he came running out. And I got a picture of him and my brother. It looks a little disheveled. But he came running out to the truck to tell my mom and dad, thank you for having stopped in again.
Nice.
Great time. I couldn't ask for any. I kept thinking about Marshall because, they had all the kind of stuff that he just loves to eat. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that great stuff.
Well, I got one question for you, because I know you took us as a company to one of the places that is a staple to your family, but can you think off the top of your head that when you think of your family and New Orleans, that one restaurant, and you're just like, oh, man, can we just go there? Because it brings me back
Mandina's.
Yeah.
The Steak Knife, by the way. Dre asked what the restaurant was called. Jim said the Steak Knife, and Dre said, straight to the point. That was the quickest, funniest thing Dre's ever said, and y'all blew right past it. Sorry, Lindsay. We just got to be quick around here. We got to
Okay,
keep
first
moving.
off, funniest thing I've ever said. All right, you're not listening.
Well, no, I think, but I will say this. There is a thing that Lindsay and I talk about. It is called, literally, I made a friend of mine spit their coffee out the other day because it was not so much what I said. It was clever. It was the speed at which it came. The fact is that there was no beat, that it was like literally just responded immediately. And I think in that way, that was an accelerative that you can't even see if you're making your way to Zebulon 5.
This is what happens when we get two Louisiana boys to start the show. Carry on there, Jimmy.
Bruce Almighty says, good morning, hashtag RGR. The paranormal pie man says, I am not where I want to be right now. Our good friend 4 says, good morning, y'all. Joe J says, morning, friends. Happy Friday. Freaky, feisty, flinty Friday, that is. And our good friend 10 Ring says, cello.
Oh, I love a good cello. I feel so bad. Well, never mind. You go ahead.
You feel bad?
Well, all right. I feel bad because cello, and then I'll let you carry on. But it just reminds me of a story.
Continue,
I
please.
saw a kid I haven't seen since middle school, and I don't think you recognize me, beard, long hair, or whatever.
Sexy.
And thank you. Thanks. I woke up like this. I saw him, and I was like, listen, man, I don't know if you remember me, because I used to make fun of him, but at the same time, I became his friend, but then, I don't know, I made fun of him in the way where I thought it was just a conversation starter, but he was an awkward little guy, and he had the biggest cello, and it was twice the size of him, but that dude would run the class full on, like...
With his cello?
Dude, with this cello, aerodynamic, cutting through classes, going around people. I was impressed. So every time I see him, I'm like, cello.
You know what's so funny about that, too, is that when my ex-partner and I, Ed, worked over at Medard H. Nelson Middle School as essentially the disciplinarians, vice president of student affairs. Disciplinarian. There were kids in the band. He and this guy, Johnny Van Buren, which, by the way, is, in fact, his real name.
That's a killer name.
They brought in this guy, Van Buren, to start a band. They stole this band director from another school to bring in and start their own band to kind of reset culture. To watch little boys, plump little boys, carrying their tubas and running through the hallway, I mean, we have a little sound bumper at the end of every half hour, in the first half hour of the show. When you hear that thing that comes on, I want you to think about that little boy running down the hall.
Okay.
Because he's holding his tuba and it's like...
Oh, God. Go on.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. I love watching little people run with big things.
I just love hearing you say plump. That just made my day.
Plump. You know what I'm talking about, too? It's like,
Oh.
this kid's going to turn out to be a great-looking kid, top of the world, but in this moment, in this awkward 9 to 11 to 13 moment, plump.
Well, that's perfect because you don't want to call it like, hey, the little fat kid was running. Like plump is perfect because you're just like, yeah, he's round, but he's a little thicker because he likes Oreos, but he's also a child.
But you know PE's going to fix that.
Exactly.
You know the schoolyard's going to fix that. And you know actually walking in a Mardi Gras parade holding a tube is going to fix that.
Dog.
The difference between a kid who's carrying an instrument in a Mardi Gras parade when they're 11 and 12 years old, what they look like when they... Have you ever been around some of those African-American historical... What is it? The black college, historical black colleges.
Dude, I grew up around them,
Some of those men and women, I mean, my God, it's like ripped.
Oh, dude,
ripped.
I was
They
in
got
band.
veins in the neck.
Veins in my neck. I was in a band for a little while from middle school into high school, and then I'll let you because we got a lot to unpack.
Oh, my God, we got a big day.
Dude, big day. But, man, I had a friend, two friends. My friend Hannah, I'm not going to name the last name, but gorgeous woman, in and out. And then another.
Just you and me, man.
Yeah.
Give away some names.
True.
Steve's not listening. He's having a good day.
All right, Hannah Ryder and this other guy that I knew, they basically were bigger kids. They were plump growing up. Dude, when they got in high school, ripped to the T because they were carrying tubas and big old bass drums, I was over there with the trumpet.
Game on. The trumpet playing phone master Dre. Okay, so yesterday, by the way, we learned that Maine was declaring folks dead before their time. That really was the thing. Look it up. Maine declaring folks dead. Now it seems the folks in Maine and the entire New England area are seeing UFOs where they ain't. A bright spiral-shaped light was caught on camera in the night sky across New England and sparked speculation online. It's got to be a UFO. They're coming for me. They're coming for me. They're looking for their free agent from Zebulon 5. But most likely it was a rocket launch. Witnesses said that the light appeared in the night sky over Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island on Tuesday night and was visible for only a short time before it disappeared. All right. Experts, if in fact there are experts on this stuff, determined, though, that the light was likely tied to the launch of the Ariane 6 rocket in Kourou, French Guiana.
Nice.
At 4:02 p.m. Tuesday. Emily Pike of WMTW-TV, Maine's Total Weather, explained the rocket, which was carrying the Sentinel-1D Earth observation satellite into orbit, apparently ejected excess fuel from its upper stage, which froze in reflective ice crystals that created the spiral-shaped pattern of light before dispersing. Let me tell you something. Whether it was a UFO or what she just said, either way, that's really cool.
Yeah.
That's really groovy stuff. It's amazing how if you just live both outside yourself and inside yourself, and you really learn to create that balance, which, by the way, we got a doctor coming on later on in the show who's going to talk about the ability to do that. If you take a moment to kind of reflect on the world around you and what it's actually doing beyond just magical thinking, it's amazing what this world does. It's beautiful what this world does. The Sentinel-1D Earth observation satellite, by the way, is designed to capture images of the planet during both day and night. And the reason they actually speculated that this was what it was the time frame.
Yeah.
The time frame made sense. It wasn't just like it was something else.
Yeah.
They're not just saying it was something else. There was something else that was happening simultaneously that did something that could result in fact, what those folks did see, as a matter of fact.
Hey, listen, man, when someone like that says that might be something, I'll take that all day, because half the time you get these stories, man, they don't talk about what they're under the influence of. Like if they had a 12-pack of Coors Light out there, or they were under the influence of something that grows out of ground.
Well,
you know what I mean?
by the way, there is a great deal of thought that a lot of people who have gone through trauma in their lives are in fact seeing that kind of stuff. And that, by the way, is a big debate that we're going to have going forward as we find out that more of these things, in fact, are real, that people were seeing stuff. We've got to now be able to distinguish between the, not to name any names, just going to point at the guilty party and whistle. But I was pointing at myself. Or if, in fact, somebody really saw something. By the way, if it, in fact, was aliens, my speculation is that they were from Zebulon 5. Since they were over in Maine, they were here to pick up all their lobster brethren who were supposed to spread the good word but found themselves in pots anyway, probably picking up their free agent as well. By the way, since you're picking things up over here, lose your heart to iHeart.
Oh, get it.
Have that audacity to listen on Odyssey. Yak it up on the tube of you and make some FaceTime on Facebook on this freaky, feisty, flinty, and really fun Friday. Maybe you're living your best life on Live 365.
Live your best life.
Be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Or maybe, perhaps, it's the end of the day. Maybe it's Friday afternoon. Happy Friday afternoon, by the way. Friday morning for those of us who are in the live, but maybe you're listening on your favorite podcast platform, because what is this? This is Road Gang Radio, which, by the way, is the greatest transposo live in the known universe, and the greatest pre-recorded transpo show immediately follows afterwards with our friends Scott and Ashley on Trucking with OIDA. You got something?
Oh, no, I was just going to ask you who they were, but you answered my question.
There they are. We got a phone call, do we not?
Oh, gosh. All right. I'm scared. Jody, what do you want?
Jody, what do you want? Florida man, the Florida pan.
Good morning, by the way.
What's happening? What's going on, fellas?
Not much, man. Having a pretty good... Sorry, went totally into the weeds there. Don't know how we got there, but we're happy to be back.
We don't want to hear about your Florida man UFO sightings, all right? What else you got?
I do. What you got? I want to hear about them now. What's going on?
It wasn't in Florida, but it was in Alabama, so that's close enough because of the idiots they had to deal with yesterday. I mean, I can't say the way I feel about them out loud because of this being a family show, but I can honestly tell you that those were a couple of real Richard Craniums.
Nice, nice. Oh, I love the word Richard.
Hello, my name is Richard Cranium, and I'm here to kind of,
what a
polish.
Richard.
He probably's a bald-headed dude. Probably got a shaved head like I do. Richard Cranium.
What were you saying, Jody?
Go on, Jody, please. Tell us about the Richard Craniums in your life.
Go on.
We pull up over at a DC to go get offloaded, right? Big sign on the door. I wasn't sure what was going on at first. Big sign on the door. Slide door, automatic, broken. And they're just standing there looking at it. Now, this is a big sign, and I'm like, what, they're not letting anybody in? Door won't open. Like, can you read English? What's the sign? So I grabbed the door and I slid it open. Oh. Well, after we all get signed in, okay, after we all get signed in, and they assign us a door. I'm at door 202. The guy in front of me is at door 204. We have to put our paperwork in at door 232. Well, Einstein decides that he's going to drive all the way down there by 232. Now, mind you, everything's on the good side of backing up, right? He drives all the way down there, turns around, comes back towards everybody so he can put it in on the blind side. So now we're all sitting there waiting for him to back up. And after he gets all that done, I get backed in. He decides to get out of the truck and walk up behind me and can't figure out what black box, which there's one of, to put the paperwork in that says drop bills here. Now, amongst all this, it says, after you back into the door, chalk your wheels and pull away from the trailer, and they will call you when you're done. Well, I get offloaded, and he's having a fit because I'm hooking up, getting ready to pull out. They called me up, paperwork's in the back of the trailer. He's having a fit because they haven't locked him in yet. Now, this is a totally different guy from the first guy. He's like, can you read English? And he just kind of gave me that sad hound dog look that's been drinking too much with his head tilted to the side. And I'm like, the piece of paper that they gave you, can you read English? And he is like, you're supposed to disconnect from the trailer. They're not going to offload you until you disconnect from the trailer. Oh, he had all sorts of fits about that one.
You know, I realize, Jody, in the telling of this story, and this isn't on you, this is on them, that I tell people, if you have to explain something you did for a job that actually requires, like, trade skills, and it takes you, like, 12 steps to explain what it is you do, as opposed to, I dropped my stuff in the box, jumped out the cab, unhooked my trailer, and they unloaded me, and then I was on my way. If you can't explain it like that, then you probably are in the wrong job. I don't mean you. You understand what I'm saying, right? If you can't give a simple, I backed it in, unhooked myself, dropped my stuff in the box, and then I was on my merry way. If you can't do it that simply, you're probably in the wrong business.
This might not be the job for
you.
Right. I mean, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why he went down there, turned around and came back, and I had to put it in on the blind side, or at least attempt to, and it's like everything was right there. Jimmy, all he had to do was just hug it, move over to the right a little bit, and back in just like I did. No.
See how Jody explained it?
Mm-hmm.
See how Jody explained it?
I understand.
There we go. I mean, Jody just proved the point magnificently.
Just like he does.
But here's the thing, Jody. I worry about you guys out there. I worry that there's a certain level of learned helplessness because all of that behavior you just described is unacceptable, and that you, Dre, and I are going like, oh, those guys.
Sillies.
Sillies. 80,000 pounds of death. Sillies.
The only good thing about what we do and the stuff that we see out here is that you always know that there's going to be a certain kind of doctor that's never going to run out of patients. All right? It's just that simple. I mean, because these people need help. They really do. And these companies need help. You're hiring people that I don't think half of them out here anymore, Jimmy, can spell CDL without screwing it up. I really don't. Just
the annual trucking spelling bee. Portage.
I wish you and Dre could come on out here and just run teams literally for like a month. I know it'd be kind of a pain in the butt, but just run for a month and hit some of these truck stops and some of these places that all of us go. Not just where I go, but like every one of your drivers go and see some of this stuff, and just so you can sit there and shake your head.
Working on it.
Broadcasting idea.
Working.
The only reason that I'm on meds is because I have to deal with these idiots.
Prozac.
Ooh, what
How
meds?
about them Prozac? Why won't you share it? We thought we were friends. Hey, Jody, I got to take this break to do the good pastor, and of course, have a little bit of the Lawler herself, the ambassador, the double L, sing our national anthem.
Lawler.
But brother, I love you. Nothing you can do about it, as the good pastor says.
Well, hey, love you guys too. Maybe I'll call back a little later. And by the way, it's a beautiful drive on 65 in Tennessee.
Oh, I was going
north of Nashville. Nashville traffic was beautiful. The trees look pretty, and we're just heading north.
Beautiful. I was going to say go wrestle a gator, get that aggression out. But you're in Tennessee.
Let me tell you something, man. The drive between Franklin, Tennessee and Chattanooga is one of the great fall drives of all time. Really quickly, before we actually do hit this moment of reflection about our nation and our own spiritual well-being, Bruce Almighty says, I was a Husky French horn player in the marching band. Outstanding. Marshall says, I can barely play the radio. And by the way, Forot, good get. I said Arian. Ariane rocket, not Arian. I said Arian. You know, it was funny because we were working on a joke for it before the show started. And I just kind of went, and then I said Arian. I'm not going to say who would build an Arian rocket. We will just leave it at that. Ariane.
We can't have this chat up while we're doing the beginning of the show, or have to unpack things because it's super distracting, man.
And it's really funny. It's really funny. Well done, everybody. Joe J is getting ready to leave Oakwood, Illinois. 2.5 hours to the house. Damn e-logs. Well, this is a chance to kind of get away from those e-logs for a moment. Yeah. Let's just contemplate the state of our country. Listen to our good friend LL. Sing a little national anthem, and then see what the good pastor has to say.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, we've made it to the weekend. So, my brothers and sisters, I challenge you to thank God, because a lot of people have not made it to this weekend. So my question to you today is this. Have you looked at 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19 through 20 before? If you hadn't, I want you to get the opportunity, since we're at the weekend. I want you to take and look at 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19 through 20. I want you to look at it, but I'm going to read it with you this morning, and I would challenge you to read the entire context of that particular text, because it's going to help you to be able to see what I'm talking about. In 1 Corinthians 6, 19 through 20 says, or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God? You are not your own, for you were bought with a price. So glorify God in your body. Now, I want you to think about that as you read this chapter this weekend. I want you to think about what Paul is telling them. You don't own you. You know, like if you own a piece of property, they give you the deed to it and the title to it and say that you're the owner of it. But what God is saying to you and I is he gave us a deed and a title for us, and he placed it within us, and it's called the Holy Spirit. So if you're a child of God, God owns you. God has every right to tell you what you can and cannot do. Why? Because he knows what's best for you. So don't get discouraged because you're a Christian. It seems like everybody else is enjoying life and having a good time. But I want to challenge you with this great word today. This is it right there, right here. Look at it. He says, you are not your own. So the person that owns you, the person that dictates to you, is the one that is responsible for making sure that they meet all of your needs. So God bless you, brothers and sisters. Hey, I love you, and be safe out there. Enjoy your Friday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Build a relationship with a carrier for the long haul. Visit drive4bme.com.
Well, thank you, Pastor. And speaking of thank you, appreciate you, Marshall, for the tenor, my man. But on the other note, breaking news!
All three of New York's major airports, JFK, Newark, and LaGuardia, were bracing for cuts in flights as early as Thursday ahead of the FAA's announced reductions last Friday amid the ongoing federal government shutdown. FAA Administrator Brian Bedford announced Wednesday that the feds would be cutting 10% of air travel across 40 high-volume airports amid a worsening staff crunch at air traffic control facilities. The restrictions, Bedford said, would go into effect Friday. A spokeswoman for the FAA told the Daily News over in New York, the list of airports expected to be impacted by the 10% reduction in flights has not yet been released. But ABC News reported yesterday that it had obtained the list of airports slated for flight reductions, a list that included LaGuardia, Newark, and JFK airports, as well as Teterboro Airport in the New Jersey Meadowlands, which serves smaller non-commercial flights. Keep that in mind. As previously reported by the news, staffing at the two facilities that handle in- and outbound air traffic for Gotham's airports has been low for years, an issue that came to head earlier this year amid technical glitches. That problem has been compounded by the government shutdown, now poised to enter its sixth week. Controllers nationwide have been expected to come to work without pay while the shutdown continues. That's a big deal, guys. That just isn't about people getting home for Thanksgiving. That isn't about what's happening over the holidays. That's about cargo flights too, man. Anybody who actually works the airports across the country needs to keep an eye on this story, straight up, because there are rumblings inside of the FAA. If the cuts go too far, a whole bunch of air traffic controllers are going to say, game, set, match, and maybe walk off the job. And before you start saying stuff like, well, do like Reagan did and fire him, it ain't that easy. Reagan was able to do that because there was standbys and stuff in place. They had actually braced for it. Negotiations in that situation had broke down. If, in fact, these folks say that's enough and get tired of those cuts, it could be a real economic problem at Christmas. Many of them aren't getting paid already. Just kind of want to put that bug in your ear. They got to get this done. Everybody's got to sit down and get this done, get this figured out. Call your congressman and say, listen to the other guy. Listen to the other side. Listen. Sit down and listen. And by the way, if you're of the stance that, well, the other side doesn't listen, maybe you're the one who's got stuff in your ears. And I mean that on both sides. We got to get this country moving again so you guys can do your job and get people the goods and services they need. And by the way, that tuba player is
That's
now...
how I pictured a little plump tuba
Now you
player.
see it, by the way. Now you see it. You see the kid going, hey. The ATHS is coming up next, by the way. Very excited about that.
Bob.
I mean, Bob's going to be here. Look busy, man. Bob Nuss. Legendary Bob Nuss.
Love that name.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Here's your assignment as a original member of the reconstituted Road Gang, and for all of you guys who have Last Ride of the Road Gang pins, your job today and over the weekend and the next week, and by the way, big shout out to, well, one of the original members of the reconstituted Road Gang, Scott Cooper, who is dealing with conditions up in chilly Chicago. Good morning to you, Scott. Glad to have you on board, taking the ride with us. And to everybody else out there, I'm going to reiterate what our good friend Foam Master Dre said. Thanks for the 10 spot, Marshall. Love you. Nothing you can do about it. By the way, our good friend 3.5 just came through the other side of an operation to make sure that he was cancer-free. They got it. He's recovering. He's doing nicely as we move into Movember. He, by the way, is a lifelong member of the ATHS over at .org, by the way, and you can join them for their 2026 National Convention and Truck Show in Springfield, Missouri, June 2nd through 6th of 2026. Don't be surprised if Touchdown Turtle and Mr. Nemo himself are in attendance, and Dre and I might be lurking around, depending on how this all just kind of plays out over there, that kind of situation. But you can head to ATHS.org and find out all about that remarkable organization. In many ways, they are preserving what is best about the industry and giving folks a place where they can go to and find out what happened back in the day while seeing how it applies to what's happening in the here and now. And we got a life member, Dre. We got a life member joining us this morning. We're proud to have Bob Nuss. He's a trucking industry icon. He's got 50 years of leadership and innovation under his belt, and we're going to jump in and just kind of unpack who he is and what he's all about. I know the story, but you don't know it yet, and rather than me tell you the whole enchilada, why don't we just say, hey, Bob Nuss, good morning, and welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning, Jimmy Mack. How are you?
I am
Friday in Minnesota.
What is the weather doing to you up there in Minnesota?
Well, it's supposed to be 50 today, but snowing on Sunday.
Yeah, my mom, who is a lifelong New Orleanian and put up with about 4 years of Virginia weather before saying that's enough, she thinks that what's going to happen here in New Orleans on Monday is cold. It's going to get down to like 43. That's her idea of cold. That's your idea of a great day with a little bit of sunny sky, right?
We'll go golfing at 43 degrees.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Having lived up in the Pacific Northwest, I got to tell you, a day without rain was a day to get out there and get a suntan, even when it was 39 degrees. Let's talk about you for a second here. I want to give people a sense of the scope of what you have experienced both in your life and the trucking industry. You are born in Rockford, Illinois, right? Can you tell us a little bit about growing up and who you grew up with and the folks that raised you? Because it really informs who you become.
Thank you. I was born in Rockford, 1944. I worked went to high school, graduated from West High School. I grew up, my folks were divorced when I was about 5 years old, so we kind of had split up there for a time. I was living with my mother and my sister. We lived in a housing project and public housing for several years. And in high school, I moved went with my dad, and that gave me a real opportunity as a junior in high school to be. My mother got remarried, moved to Chicago, so I ended up staying there a while. But we came back to Rockford. I did, and that was my first exposure at about 15 years old in a shop. And my dad had rented an office to a guy by the name of Fred Smith, who was the Mack distributor underneath the Chicago branch. And that was common in the old days for these guys to just have an office and be selling trucks. And they'd find somebody else that had a garage and took care of the parts and service. And my dad worked in that same building for 50 years, from 1923 right out of 8th grade. And when he finally retired in 73, that was 50 years. He's been in that building 50 years. He was in that building 50 years, and I've been in this building since 1973, 52 years.
Wow.
In Minnesota.
And to kind of put it in perspective, your pop, Charlie Nuss, was the owner of Mack Rockford, correct?
Mack of Rockford, yeah. Charlie Nuss, It was, he changed the name. It used to be Rockford Mack Distributors. My dad took it over. Mack asked him to change the name, and it became Mack of Rockford. And it was to hear a name with an oven. Well, it was about a year later that Peterbilt of Wisconsin started, I guess. And so we must have started a trend, or my dad started a trend in a few other places. But we had a little shop there. Our biggest issue, we were in, they put bypass 20 around Rockford, so we were in the city 20. The trucks used to drive right by our front door, and we were in the hood. And it was, we got into, Rockford used to be the second largest machine tool center in the world. It's amazing how much industry we had down there. And, but by 2070, I had gone to work during college. I worked summers, except for one summer I worked at the Gunite brake drum factory, which is just reopening now as Rockford Brake Drum. These are the only manufacturer in North America that makes cast iron brake drums. Instead of having to go to Europe or Turkey or China, where they're going to make them back in Rockford again. But I came up here. My dad wanted to retire after I worked for Valspar out of college from '66 through '69, and with a little stint in the National Guard with active duty. And end of '69, I came back full time in the truck business as parts manager for that dealership in Rockford. So that's how I got my start.
Yeah, and it really is amazing. It really is amazing to me, Mr. Bob, because you come back, 15 years old. It's kind of the story of how, what has kind of been lost in the last couple of decades here in the country. And by the way, there are people who actually have some strategies to maybe get us back to this. You go and you see the stuff up close and personal. You get a sense of what your dad does, but you do a lot of the kind of labor you need to do to understand anything that you might sell or develop or create. And by '69, you're back at Mack of Rockford. And then by '73, you're moving into your own office, right? I mean, that's kind of the trajectory. 4 years later, the game changes for you again, correct?
Yeah, that's right. After being in Rockford until mid '73, my dad wanted to retire, and I said, "We've got to move the operation. We're going to go to Minnesota." And I came up here as a general manager of Mack Trucks of Rochester, believe it or not. That was the name of it. And it was a division of a company out of Wisconsin, Mack Lacrosse. I came up here to run it. We had a dozen people. And today we have about 400 people in 10 locations. So it's been a good run, and it's a lot of hard work. There's been ups and downs, just like everybody else in the industry's experienced.
It's interesting to me, too, and this is something that I'm really fascinated with. When you've lived a good, healthy, productive life, sometimes you live so long that you live long enough to be young again. And you actually have seen that neighborhood and the worlds that you've existed in go old, sometimes fall apart, but then sometimes, because you have a stick-to-itness, you've watched them come back together as well. Because one of the things that when you make a commitment to a region or an area and you decide to kind of hold on there is that you often can find yourself being part of a revival as well. I want to kind of put this in perspective too, because he has guided his company's evolution into the multi-location Nuss Truck Group, Nuss Truck and Equipment. And that's 4 decades. And you guys are now in your 3rd generation. I got that right?
That's right. My sons, Greg and Brad, Greg is our chief operating officer. My son, Brad, is our chief financial officer. And my granddaughter, Autumn, it works in our HR recruiting.
Let me ask you a question too, because as somebody who has been at the head of this for so long, how do you because you're a guy who obviously enjoys the time you get to spend with your family, gets to enjoy a little bit of downtime as well. But given your own work ethic, how does a person, whether it is their children who are deciding to kind of pick up the business or whether it is somebody who they are a mentor for, how do you actually balance a world where you're able to stay on the job and keep doing the job and maintain your relevance, but at the same time step back and trust people to run this thing that you built up over decades? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and I think the problem you have, well, it's a problem with people that have a big ego. Sometimes they want to control everything, and you really, that's the wrong approach. The best way for success is to surround yourself with a lot of great people who have a lot of talent and know more about what they're doing, whether it's parts, service, truck sales, management, financial management, accounting, leasing. You have to, I just become a cheerleader. I'm an 80-year-old cheerleader. And what I really love about our business is about 35 years ago, we started collecting these antique trucks just on a whim. We got one, and then we got two, and then now we've got, I'm looking here at a museum. I'm sitting back here, and there's 60 exhibits in here, 45 trucks, I guess. We squeezed them in here. But we have people from around the world that have come in here, and we set up, as we evolved, we set it up as a 501c3 because under the Trump tax laws, if you had done a restoration on an old truck, you had to keep it on your books if it was sold and you spent so much money on it. So we basically donated everything that's here into the foundation. And it's so we can perpetuate it. And the other thing is we have customers that have donated trucks to the museum, and they're part of the success. So that is really what drives us every day when I get the leads and I go around and give a tour and talk to people. Last week we had Riverland Technical College, diesel tech students, 2-year program. All the 20-plus students were in here. And to talk about building America, which is the theme of our museum, and the evolution of trucking and just the technology. And when you look at these, I'm sitting right in front of a 1912 Mack Junior, which is with the engine that's in there, this little 30-horse engine. It probably weighs 900 pounds. It's one of 4 engines like this in North America. That's a rare truck. We've got a Hoover Dam truck in here that's one of 17 trucks in 1933 that went on the Hoover Dam project. This is the only one in the world that's been restored. We've got the first CJ Mack it's the first production truck with a bulldog on it.
This is, by the way, I want to kind of give people a sense of what we've been kind of setting up here. And Bob, thank you so much, by the way, for actually knowing where I was going by going back to the beginning of this entire story. Along with being the 2017 American Truck Dealer of the Year and the 2023 ATHS Golden Achievement Award honoree, a lot of that is the fact of exactly what he's talking about, which is the Nuss Collection Truck Museum, which is what he's talking about right now. It is the home to over 60 antique trucks that celebrate the history and the people who built the industry. So you can see why Bob is so deeply involved as a life member of the ATHS. I wanted to ask you a question about all that remarkable equipment that's in front of you. And by the way, one of our listeners on the chat points out that his folks over at Halvor buy their stuff from you. But I wanted to tell you really quickly and ask you this question as well. When you go about the business of putting together a museum like this, when you first started, was it just like this would be fun to do this couple of trucks here and see where it goes? Or did you begin with the intention of actually having a museum at the end of this whole project? Or did you see that develop in front of, because there are two ways things happen. They either happen gradually and then all of a sudden, or all of a sudden and then gradually, if you get my drift.
I get exactly where you're going, and it actually started out as, well, let's just have a couple trucks, and we might put one in a lobby at one of our buildings. In fact, we did in St. Cloud when we built that new dealership. We had one of the trucks in there. We rotated it out every few months. and the rest were in a shop that we rented some storage, and then we ended up acquiring this building, which is where our corporate office is. It used to be it was built in the 70s, and it was a GMC dealership. We acquired it from one of the original founders of that dealership, and we did a total restoration. We gutted the building down to the red iron and the concrete and totally refitted it, and all new, widened the garage doors. All the doors in the museum have got old Mac photographs on them. They're bus wraps. So there's like 20 doors in the museum. So we have a booklet called the Historic Doors of the Nuss Collection. And people come in just to see the doors. They're all black and white photos. And, on a bus wrap, you can put them on the outside of a bus. They'll last 8 or 9 years, 10 years. On the inside of an insulated door, they'll last a long time. Though somebody, if the door falls down or somebody accidentally drives through it, hopefully we don't have that happen. But that's knock on wood. I got to find some wood. I better hit my head.
No, you're gonna be fine. Actually, we got wood over here. I immediately hit the wood and took care of it. I got you covered, Bob. The other thing that I wanted to ask you really quickly was, so you answered the question very, very well. Was there an aha moment? You kind of alluded to one, maybe. That's like I said, we just have a couple of trucks, and this will be nice, and maybe something we can show off and have a conversation piece, have a project that brings everybody together, use some downtime in a productive way. But was there a moment, because we've had this happen over here in Nemo Land, where you're doing one thing for fun, but also because it keeps you stimulated, and then you look at the people you're with and you kind of go, I think we're up to something bigger, and maybe we should sit down and figure this out. Maybe now we should come up with a game plan. Was there a moment where you or the people you work with said, maybe we should actually call a meeting?
Yeah, and there was. And basically, my son Greg has been more instrumental with pushing. He loves the history. Of course, he grew up at a much younger age than when I started. It was like bringing these kids out to the museum, or bringing them out on a truck delivery when they're right out of diapers. That's when I told my wife, I'd say the boys can come with when they're out of diapers. I'm not going to change diapers in a truck. Although Greg we took a fire truck. My dad used to. Here's something that really kind of in the back of our minds. My dad used to love to work on fire trucks. He always wanted to be a fireman, but he was too short. But what he did was he found an opportunity with old fire trucks, like old Seagrave fire trucks that had gas engines, and he figured out how to repower them with brand new Mack diesels and create a new life of another 20-year certification for these trucks. In these small towns that couldn't afford a new fire truck, to go to Charlie Nuss in Rockford and get their truck repowered, and he did this at the city of Rockford. For several trucks, he did it. Freeport, Marengo, Waukegan, Illinois, and the Waukegan fire chief, that got a little squirrely because the fire chief wanted a bribe. And I could tell you this, the job was $12,000 to convert a hook and ladder truck to put a brand new ENDT 673F engine right out of a Mack diesel, but the fire truck engine's painted red, got chrome valve covers, and they were set for 2,200 RPM instead of 2,100. And because they used intermittent power, and it just worked wonderful. But my first experience with that, the fire chief came in and wanted my dad to pay him $400. He wanted him to buy 200 tickets to the Fireman's Ball in Waukegan. And you've never heard of when I went to college, they never had any classes about the experience you might enjoy of having a public official trying to solicit a bribe. You'd think it would be the other way around. They would caution you not to bribe a public official, but you got the public official bribing you, or asking you for a bribe. And the guy said he wouldn't pay the bill unless you bought these tickets. And boy, my dad he was excited. He was upset, and he reluctantly gave the chief $400. And of course, after we got paid in full, he turned him into the guy ended up going to jail because he was doing this to every supplier. You know the people that do this stuff. The
Oh,
spots go
okay.
up or never change.
By the way, Bob, I wanted to tell you something really funny. There was a civil sheriff in the city of New Orleans named Milt Steyer, and they called him the Snake. And every year he would have this big raffle for a new Cadillac. And every year one of the employees in his office would win it. And one of the funniest things about it was one year the employee actually thought he had a right to the Cadillac and sent out a press release announcing how proud he and his wife were to be the owners of the new Cadillac. Milt almost hit the ceiling. This kind of stuff back in the day inside of what I would call mid-sized cities and thriving, trifecta cities and all that kind of stuff was like part of the operation. And it's good for your dad, by the way, for making a stand. I wanted to ask you this question because, and we'll get to the ATHS here and your relationship with them in just a moment, but you stand, are you aware of the fact that you are basically now at a summit point where you can see back to your dad, and if you turn in the other direction, you can see Greg and Brad? Does that ever fill you with wonder? And knowing that over in Human Resources, a granddaughter of yours sits, does that ever fill you with a moment of awe, the idea that you stand in the middle of a giant continuum of trucking history?
Well, it does. I do get, you get a vision. You look back, and then you look into the future, and you want to talk to the future. Like when you have these students come in here, and you're basically talking to the future, and I can talk. I remember when I worked with my dad, sometimes we'd argue about a stoplight being red, but when I look back, he was right most all the time. He was a little stubborn. He only had an 8th grade education, but he was smart as a whip. And, he could go out and when he figured out how to do these fire trucks, that was a big deal. When one of the projects that we did after we did the city of Marengo, the MAC folks got really excited about it. And I'm in college, and I'm looking, and they said, could you guys write a little letter or story about this whole project with you repowering these C-grade fire trucks with MAC diesels? And I came up, I said, my dad says, well, you'll have to do it. You're going to college. You can do that. So I wrote this article up and took a couple pictures, and I came up with a headline for the article: Heart Transplant Revives Fire Truck. And you remember when Dr. Christian Barnard in South Africa did the first heart transplant?
Of course.
That's what gave me the idea that we are basically putting new life into old trucks and perpetuating their existence for another 20 to 30 years. And how innovative, while simple, it served a purpose, and communities that couldn't afford a new truck, basically they got their truck back on the road for, well, typically just doing an engine was like $8,000. If you did the hook and ladder truck, we put air brakes on a complete tiller and the whole truck took the hydraulic brakes off, put air brakes on it. That's innovation. And we've done that. We've continued. We've done a lot of innovations in our dealerships up here. We've done some crazy things. We put air right underneath the front of Superliners. We did several of them over the years. We took a tandem axle with a pusher axle on a Superliner for a company out of Chicago, and we certified the truck for California legal, because you can't have a pusher axle in California that lifts. We took the lift off, and you have to run it up on a ramp and put chains up underneath. Well, the chain is actually, you pull a little deck plate off and you can raise the chain there, and you drive it up on the ramps and hook it up. But basically we use little aluminum, like real thin pancakes, to level out so we could have 20, 20, and 20 on all three axles. And California certified it as California legal. Truck done in Minnesota.
Is anybody surprised? Is anybody surprised that this man sits at the center of what is right and what is vibrant about the ATHS? Bob Nuss joins us on Road Gang Radio this morning. By the way, can we talk a little bit about, in the brief time that we have left, your relationship with ATHS and why you think it is such an important institution in regards to that it stands in much of the same place that you stand, sharp as a tack with the ability to look forward and look behind. Talk a little bit about your relationship with them.
I've been involved with ATHS for many years, and I remember when we had the show, their show was in Minneapolis at the Radisson South, 30 years ago, and we took a full-page ad out. I went to the Mac marketing people. I said, this show is up here in our town. We've got to support this up here, and we came up with an ad and basically endorsing ATHS on the promotion and preservation of old trucks in America. And it's just, it says it all, because basically all of us are part of history. It doesn't matter what kind of brand or truck or engine you were affiliated with or you grew up around. All these trucks did a job. And if you look back at the history, we put together a video for our museum that was professionally done that tells a lot about the history, and it's a little 6-minute video. It's on YouTube. We support the local chapter, which is the Hiawatha Land chapter here in southeastern Minnesota, western Wisconsin, and northeastern Iowa. Every year when we hold an annual open house here at the museum in September. And then the chapter has a chapter meeting here, and we use the facility. And it's just a unique opportunity for us to support. When I first did it, some of the guys were a little, well, gee, you're a Mac guy or whatever. Yeah, we're Mac, and we've got Mac and Volvo, but we've got Peterbilts in here. We got there's an international in the museum. In fact, we had 2 internationals. 2 different companies gave us internationals. But all of it's part of the history. You got to keep in mind when you're going back in the 20s and 30s, Mac had about 40% market share in the 20s and 30s. They were big in the industry. There wasn't a Kenworth or Peterbilt. Freightliner, you remember when Freightliner was built by Consolidated Freightways? And they sold them through the White Motor Company. And then they called them White Freightliners. And then later on, after White went broke, of course, when Volvo bought the remnants of White, they didn't keep Freightliner, and Freightliner ended up being bought by the Germans, or Mercedes. But there's a lot of history and a lot of movement and a lot of changes, evolution. But I think we all in this industry like to hold on to the past, and when I see these young kids that come in the museum and they embrace the history and look at it, no power steering, no front brakes, no enclosed cabs, no air ride seat. Look at what these guys and gals that drove these things went through to deliver the goods to America. And it's really it's a fun deal, and we had an opportunity to have when we hosted President Trump in 2019 at our Burnsville store, we had a new Mack truck and a new Volvo loader behind where he was sitting. And as I introduced him, I turned back to the equipment and I said, Mr. President, welcome to on behalf of our employees and our family. But what a better setting to have than a new loader and a new Mack truck. I said, these represent the business tools that build and move America forward.
Bob, I got to cut it short. Can you believe how fast this went by? This was, I can't believe how quick we actually got through all this, and we still have so much more on the table. Promise me that you'll find time to come back. What an honor to be able to sit there knowing that the President of the United States is watching you take your company, your love of trucking, and your love of the history of trucking into the 21st century. Thank you so much, my friend. You are welcome back anytime, okay?
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
I did too, by the way. We got to take a
know
quick
when.
break. We will. We're going to reach out. There's so much left on the table there, by the way. Go to aths.org, by the way. Bob Nuss has given us a lot of his valuable time this morning. We got a great guest coming up next, Lee Otto. Of course, we'll be talking with him about the impact of the community of Sierra Delta and mental health renewal.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacross.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Hey guys, really quickly, this is the Fastport Focus that we have every single Friday, the Friday Fastport Focus. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself, BB the King, Brad Bentley, and of course his trusted companions in recruiting and onboarding and Veterans Affairs, Dave Harrison and Gina Harrison. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We're big fans, by the way, of Sierra Delta here and the impact that it's had on making people whole when they come home. We have a very special guest here this morning, and we are thrilled to actually introduce him as Pastor Leo Otto. He is a distinguished retired U.S. Army veteran whose life reflects an unwavering commitment to service, both to his country and as he has transitioned out of the military to his community as well. We're going to unpack a lot of who he is and what he does, but we want to start off by saying, hey man, good morning. How's your Friday?
Hey, good morning. It's going well. I'm calling from Wisconsin, so getting lots of sunshine and beautiful colors out there. So thanks for having me. It's great to be on today.
Yeah, it really is. A lot of places in the country are kind of descending in what I call a leaf peeper. The world of the leaf peepers is really kind of coming out. A lot of colors happen out there. We were talking to somebody actually calling from 65 in Tennessee, and what he was seeing was gorgeous as well. So I can imagine you guys are seeing a really beautiful world that you can reflect on and kind of engage. I'm going to ask you an acronym, and then you're going to tell me what it's all about, and then you can talk in any direction you want to. But let's just call it EPIC. Let's just begin with the word epic, and it actually stands for 4 words, and it kind of tells your story, and it kind of tells Sierra Delta's story. Can you do that for me?
Sure. EPIC stands for Empowerment, Purpose, Innovation, and Community. So, it comes from the nonprofit organization I currently work with called Sierra Delta, and Sierra Delta stands for Service and Dogs. Sierra Delta is very near and dear to my heart. It's a veteran nonprofit organization that actually really has impacted my life. I had medically retired out of the military in 2009 and was kind of lost. Like a lot of veterans, when they get out of the military, there's a big portion of their life has been kind of taken away from them. Their battle teams and their support channels and all these things. And I had spent a lot of time with the 1st Infantry Division with the Army and as an infantry soldier and deployed over to Iraq. And upon getting out, I had planned on making the military a career, but the United States Army said something different, and I had been shot and wounded on multiple separate occasions, and upon leaving the military, kind of left a big hole. I was very frustrated. I was angry. I carried a chip on my shoulder. I was dealing with a lot of things like PTSD and traumatic brain injury, and trying to understand how to continue my life. And right before being introduced to Sierra Delta, I was on my 28th mental health provider that through the VA, and only 2 of them I fired. The other ones you get, I call it the vicious cycle in the VA system. So you get in there, you start hashing through and trying to figure out what all these things that you had experienced in the military, and you get very far in therapy, and then the therapist goes, I got to leave, or I'm going into private practice, or whatever it may be. And on my very last mental health provider, I got very far, and here again, she told me, Lee, I am having to go. And I was deeply devastated. I'm like, here we go again. All this hard work right down the drain to start all over again. She's like, before you get upset, just hold up. You have gotten very far in your hard work. And she said, you have accomplished so much, but she's like, don't give up. But she said, you would benefit from a service animal. And I said, well, that sounds great. Funded. It sounds really expensive. So she hands me a sheet of paper and it has a long list of different organizations. And she's like, none of these have really been vetted, but these are ones that have, kind of gone through the system. So why don't you check some of these out? Sierra Delta was not one of them on that list. So I worked probably for it would have been for like 9 months, looking at these organizations, of which I had a lot of dead ends, long wait times, and just an extremely frustrating. So at the end of that time, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to do this on my own. I don't know how I'm going to fund it. I don't know, where to start. So I contacted a training facility. It's called Blackjack Canine, and the lady's name is Ashley O'Brien. And she said, before you go down this expensive road, I want to introduce you to Sierra Delta. And Sierra Delta was just getting going. So within probably 24 hours of speaking with BJ Ganem, who is the founder, he's been on the talk show before as well.
Friend of the show. I've had many a dinner. I've had
Yeah.
many a dinner with him. Absolutely. Great guy.
Yeah, so within 24 hours of talking to him and his great battle buddy, Mick Gillitzer, I was approved into the program. And didn't know really exactly what that was going to look like, but I had an approval. Within spending about an hour speaking with BJ and Mick, we instantly had a connection because of our time in service. I had served with the 1st Marine Division over in Fallujah, and so we had this instant connection because during that time they were there as well and doing some of the same things we were doing. So we had this instant bond, and I already felt like I had a new battle buddy team that was going to look out for my best interests. So probably within 2 to 3 weeks of that conversation, I started into the program and started working with my service dog, Sage, of which he's still with me now after all these years. But what the most important part of this was the impact of the community of which Sierra Delta has created. I felt like this was my new team, and I had Sage, and the portion that really impacted me the most is I had a new mission again. Each day or each week, I was going at least 2 or 3 times to start training with my dog, and I wasn't allowed to bring him home yet. I had to complete this training. So I had a new purpose, I had a new mission, and then I had a community of brothers and sisters that would support me through this process.
Guys, listen up. Sierra Delta, by the way, who we've had on this show before, is a public charity recognized as a tax-exempt one by the IRS under Section 501c3. If you guys want to find more about what their mission is, you can do that at sierradelta.com. And I also, by the way, I was hoping you would unpack it, but I'll do it for you, and I get why you won't. Our friend here today actually has a collection of military honors, including the Bronze Star, 3 Purple Hearts, the Army Commendation Medal, the Presidential Unit Citation, and the Combat Infantryman's Badge, Expert Infantryman's Badge, Gold Recruiting Badge, among many other things, and actually speak to his resolve in the face of adversity, which, by the way, going through 28 different providers to get yourself mentally right, let me tell you something. You know this better than anybody else. That shows the strength of your character, because a lot of people, it is an act of courage to often seek help and the ability to talk to somebody else about what's going on. To continue to search for it and to push forward is something that a lot of people don't have the ability to do. A lot of people fall into despair and give up and just simply walk away. Let me ask you a question about the dog as well, too, because once you get the dog, once you kind of understand that the dog is going to be with you, can you tell me what the immediate impacts are? And now, having had time with the dog, what the long-term impacts have been for you, having a trusted companion to complement the community that you have joined?
Sure. So one of the things that I want to try to talk a little bit about, because this is one of the things that we see a lot of, is, and it was my same attitude when I came in. I thought that if I got a service dog, my anxiety would go away, or I would be instantly better, but it changed. My dog was trained I was really struggling when I first came into the program. I was really struggling with nightmares, flashbacks, the stuff all around PTSD. Excuse me. And one of the things that happened is Sage was trained to lick my face to wake me up. He would lay on my legs when they were flailing around. But when I received Sage, it gave me this sense of I had a responsibility to take care of him, and he was going to take care of me. I also learned as I became more like my dog, I became a better human being. He helped me rethink things, helped me out into the public. The biggest one for me is I had a companion again. And it was just me at the time. My wife had passed away in 2013, so I was struggling with all these things. And so the impact that Sage had brought into my life was now I had a companion who was there for me every step of the way. He would help me shift my focus as we started to transition back out into the community, into the public. I was able to shift my focus rather than the anxiety about being out in the public. My anxiety shifted to make sure my dog was okay. People would still approach, hey, can I pet your dog? And in the beginning, I was very standoffish. I didn't want people to approach me. But then I had to start shifting my focus because I wanted to pay it forward. I felt like I had received such a blessing from Sierra Delta and through Sierra Delta that I wanted to, at minimum, my goal was to pay back and raise funds for Sierra Delta to reimburse basically what Sage cost the organization and to help bring awareness to other veterans. And the more I did it, the more I loved it, the more I wanted to continue to give back to other veterans who were in the same spot I was. That was probably the most important part. And it gave me now a new mission, a new purpose, that we talk about as we just talked about in the epic, and it gives you that empowerment and of giving back to others and something above yourself.
Yeah, and the way I kind of see it, and by the way, this is something that you can school me on, is, the empowerment is what actually motivates you to find your purpose. Having been empowered, you find your purpose, and now that you've been given purpose, in order to achieve that purpose, you can then engage in innovation, and you only do it through the help of a community. That's kind of the way it functions together, correct? I mean, it's not just a clever acronym with what I call up with people sort of words attached to it. You're not going to find this in an air Airbnb wall on the wall. This is something. This is something that is real. There's a real connective tissue between these four terms. And by the way, the other thing is too is that the community has a practical aspect as well. We're joined by Pastor Lee Otto, by the way, this morning here on the Fastport Focus on Friday. What I'm asking is that the community doesn't just serve as a function of having battle buddies. It actually has logistical buddies in the sense that it's like these are the people who are going to tell you, here are better ways to take care of your animal. Here are ways that you can get the most out of your pet by taking care of them in the best way. It's also a community that really is a culture of caring for dogs as well as the dogs care for the people, correct?
Right. Yes, that's correct.
So what does that look like? What have you learned in regards to that, in regards to how, like I said, you've got this dog, the dog was trained to lay on your legs, the dog was trained to lick your face. What have you learned about caring for dogs that has actually kind of instructed you about the way because you talk about the idea of being more like your dog, or as the Bellamy brothers say, God, please let me be as good of a person as my dog thinks I am. What have you learned from the dog? What have you learned in regards to and about the dog since you've started the journey with Sage?
Well, like for instance, one of the biggest things, the challenges that I had coming out was I did not like crowds. I did not like people anymore. I didn't really trust people anymore because of all the things that had happened. You're waiting for that bad thing to happen. You're waiting for that person to pull that IED vest or whatever it may be. So you'd have this low trust. But as we started to progress more out into the community, people would approach me. People would come up and ask, children all alike, come up and, can I pet your dog? And at first I was very, leave me alone. Don't touch my dog. Can't you read? Those types of things. But then I had to rethink it. Sage would wag his tail. Sage would kind of want to engage with them. And I started thinking, if my dog trusts them, maybe I can start trusting them too. So I started opening up a little bit. It also gave me a platform to start sharing my story because kids would start coming up. Why do you have a service dog? What's it for? What do you do with it? Can I pet it? And then you'd kind of explain. It gave you a platform. It gave me a platform to have this conversation and start sharing even more about Sierra Delta. So again, looking at my dog's behavior, like when someone comes up and a child is running up and, hey, can I pet your dog? And smiling from ear to ear. And Sage is looking at him like, yeah, you can. So it gave me an opportunity then as I started getting out of my shell, letting go of some of those things and just shifting my sole focus on my dog. It gave me more of a freedom. It gave me a sense of I can relax a little bit. My dog has got my back. If he starts backing away, then maybe I need to too. But it started opening the platform even more that I was able to break out of my shell. And because of my dog, that's how I got back into church. I started actually at the church where I was at in 2017. And the pastors that were currently there had seen how Sage impacted just my life, but they saw how Sage also was able to greet some of the people. So they even made him what they called the service dog. So I was able to give him a free command, and he would go greet people at church. And it happened so well. That's how I met my new wife. She actually had Google searched a church. And she was looking for one, and she saw on some of the pictures or something like that this church had a service dog. She walked in the doors, and the first person she saw was my dog Sage, and it greeted her, and she thought, man, this church has got a service dog. This church is for me, and never even thought about really relationships at that point. I was just focusing on getting well. But as I got to talk more with her children loved animals, and we just started growing together, and we ended up getting married on Veterans Day, November 11th of 2023, and we were, more blessings then came as well along with that. The program that we were approved for was called Hitched for Heroes. It was an all-paid wedding venue. So things started aligning and getting better, and more people saw that I wanted to give back to the community, and that it was above myself. So more people wanted to step up and, hey, we want to support this veteran and his family and his dogs, and we love this program, Sierra Delta, so we're able to incorporate even Sierra Delta into many of these other programs and explain to people about this wellness program.
By the way, I that's the first time and I know a lot of these programs. It's the first time I've ever heard of Hitched for Heroes, and that actually it sounds like a remarkable program. But I wanted to say something too that you made me realize, and you've kind of already unpacked this to some degree. But Sage is your ambassador, and you talked about the idea of becoming more like the dog. But how many times have people broken the ice because their dog puts its best foot forward, and somebody said, wait a minute, this dog is loving, this dog is kind. I can't believe that anybody who holds the leash for this animal or walks with this animal can't be the same thing. They often kind of show us, and they show people what we're like in private. I mean, I've known that, but the way you've articulated that, Lee, it reminds us how many people have made judgments about us, not from the way we act. We might be shy, we might be a bit introverted, but there's that dog being kind to children. There's that dog welcoming people into the world that you exist in. And people say that dog is replicating what is going on inside of the soul of that man or that woman. That's kind of what the dogs do. They act as kind of our spiritual ambassadors to the rest of the world, right?
Right. Yes.
Let me ask you this too. What does the dog like to do for fun? I mean, what do you guys do when you're just having fun, when it's just you and Sage? What do the walks look like, or with you and your wife and the dog? Where does the dog like to go play and enjoy its life?
So it's amazing. My dog is, people ask me that all the time. I've heard comments when we're out and Sage has his vest on and people will go, oh, poor dog, because they just see him in that capacity. He's got a vest on. He kind of hangs his head just a little low because he knows he's working. And like you and I and many other people out there, many people don't enjoy their jobs. They go out, they go to their work, they come home, and then they are a little bit more free. But it's interesting, as soon as the vest comes on, my dog Sage snaps into work mode. He knows that he's got a mission. He needs to look around for me. But then when his vest comes off, he's free. Like right now, he's taking a nap in his bed. But later, I spend at least a minimum of 30 minutes a day doing something with him because we have to keep up with his training. Or we spend, there's many times in the afternoon that I set my alarm, and for an hour I go throw the ball for him, or we'll go for a walk. We enjoy, it's crazy to see how people see a dog out in public and they're like, that's awesome. And you'll get a lot of people coming up and just want to chat. And there's times where we're out at the parks or whatever, and he's just free. He's smiling. And it brings a warming heart to everyone who sees him, because many people have dogs in their homes. BJ talks about some of the numbers and the importance of how many people out there in the world love dogs and have a dog in their home. And so when you're out there, people can relate. They can see, oh man, that's awesome that dog's, bringing that happiness to the individual. Or that's why people can get around Sierra Delta, because they see the impacts of dogs and they love supporting veterans. So he creates that platform for me to speak anywhere we go, whether it's the grocery store, church, or anywhere in between.
Yeah, I have to tell you guys, by the way, we are joined by Lee Otto, of course, who is a pastor at his church, who has actually given the gift of Sage, his dog, to that church as a member of that community, a beloved member of that community. I've been kind of what I call scattering your bio throughout this. If you're wondering why all those awards and all those citations that I noted at the beginning of the interview were there, he was a Bradley driver and gunner with the 1st Infantry Division, 2nd Infantry Battalion, 2nd Infantry Regiment, attached to F Troop and 4th Cavalry as part of the Brigade Reconnaissance Team, and as a machine gunner, Sergeant Otto demonstrated remarkable skill and bravery under fire during some fierce battles ranging all throughout Iraq, to include Fallujah with the 1st Marine Division, Operation Smackdown, and many, many more. But he continues his purpose-driven life and his service-driven life by coupling with Sierra Delta and our good friend B.J. Ganem, who are really intent on making sure that his success story gets replicated for many others. I wanted to kind of make that shift here now, because your personal story is incredible. It also kind of sets up others for success. If in fact there are folks out there who have served and want to and don't know how to begin the process of having a dog in their life, can you tell them what Sierra Delta can do for them?
Sure. So you can start out by going to sierradelta.com, like you've mentioned, and Sierra Delta, whether you're a veteran or not, if you're not a veteran, we encourage you to get involved. You can volunteer. You can help put on an event. You can help put on a fundraiser. A lot of people, because of the civilians out there, that's how Sierra Delta keeps going, because of the donations. The other portion of it, if you're a military member, you just have had to have served your country. That's enough. It's Sierra Delta is a true thank you for your service. If you come in and whether you just have a dog and you're not looking for training, that's okay. You can come and join our community. We talk a lot about our community. It's essentially like Facebook, but it's for dogs and veterans. You'll get to see many of the stories. We're doing community roundups and community events. For instance, we have one coming up in Madison, Wisconsin this weekend. But we do a lot of different events to where dog walks and we do car shows, all many different kinds of things. We got a partnership going on with Walmart and Blue Buffalo right now for any bag of dog food you purchase at Walmart. They donate $1 back to Sierra Delta, up to $600,000. This is something that BJ has worked very hard on, and it helps, the funding portion of it. So Sierra Delta provides training grants up to $3,500 for each veteran. We work with veterans in their respective areas. So, like, let's say you're living in Tennessee. We work with the trainers in that area, and the veteran gets, they do a lot of their work with finding their dog. So we stay out of that process where we encourage the veterans to go either try to rescue an adoptable dog through their rescue facilities, and then try to make that connection naturally. If you force it, I always talk to people about this. The best thing to do is when you're at a place is let that happen naturally. Let the dog pick you. A lot of people kind of can force it, or they're very breed specific. But if you're going in and just looking for a companion, looking for that friend, let it happen naturally. But some are breed specific. You can look out for different breeders, and we'll work with any dog. Essentially, if a veteran wants to be a circus act, we'll help that. The only thing that Sierra Delta does not support or fund is anything with bite work or protection work. It gets very hairy with that stuff. But we have people doing hunting dogs and scent training and all different kinds of things. It does not necessarily have to be a full-fledged service dog. We have a number of people doing stuff like dock diving, and it's just a fun way to connect with other veterans through the love of dogs. We do so many different events, and where now veterans get to talk about, not only just talk about their war stories, but now we're talking about what we get to do with our dogs, what kind of food you're feeding your dog, or treats, or it's a much different discussion, and it's a great community that we've created.
By the way, you could not have landed the plane more perfectly. We are out of time, by the way. I could have talked for a long time. Can you believe how fast this went, Lee? Like I said, the last interview, the last interview did the same thing. It was a blitzkrieg. We looked up, and I'm like, I left a whole bunch of stuff on the table. But we'll get you back, as we will get BJ back as well. I got a chance, by the way. I met BJ for the first time at the NFL All-Stars versus the Wounded Warrior NFL game over before the Super Bowl in Los Angeles. I can't wait to get a chance to meet you. Pastor Lee Otto channels the resilience and leadership he forged over in combat into his civilian life. He is currently following that program of EPIC, Empowerment, Purpose, Innovation, and Community with Sierra Delta. Go to sierradelta.com if, in fact, you want to help out the cause, or if, in fact, you're somebody looking for community, a community based around man's best friend. Lee, anytime you want to come back, you reach out to us, and we'll get you on, I promise. Okay?
Well, thanks for having me, and have a great day.
You as well, by the way. A lot of our friends out there say, thank you for your service. Thank you for that, 4-Art. We'll be right back, by the way. We got a judge who actually is a wonderful author. A book for young men, a book for all people, by the way. It's pretty terrific. I can't wait to kind of dig into this. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Road Gang Radio continues.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are a part of the gang because we are live from the Fastport Studios with new sleeves, new smiles, and Jimmy Mack.
Hey, Dre, good morning to you, my friend. I have to tell you, look, I love all the shows that we do.
Mm-hmm.
This one, up to now, has been extraordinary. Talked to Bob Nuss about his kind of what I saw 30,000-foot view, and at the same time from the trenches of the history of trucking, and then to kind of turn it over to Lee Otto, a remarkable man of remarkable courage that he continues to practice in his daily life, kind of spreading the gospel of Sierra Delta. It continues, by the way, here on Road Gang Radio.
Mm-hmm.
We always try to keep Friday a little bit more fun, a little bit more feisty. This is a great story, by the way, both the story he tells and his own story as well. Thomas Cullen, the Honorable Thomas Cullen, is a federal trial judge and former U.S. attorney over in Virginia. He's an accomplished writer, by the way, and a very, very good one. He regularly publishes op-eds and essays for national and regional media outlets. He's been doing that for over the past decade. He graduated near the top of his class from William & Mary Law School and was recently honored as its 2024 Carter O. Lawrence Fellow. He's a native of Richmond, Virginia. He studied history and ran track at Furman University in Greenville, South Carolina, which recently awarded him an honorary doctorate. The book we're talking about, Charlie Mann, is his first novel. And what it does is it's a coming-of-age story in the true meaning of the expression. A genuine coming-of-age story about the, slightly lost as a student, slightly lost as a human being, but pretty darn good at track and football and a whole bunch of other things. Charlie Stewart, his best friend Bo, and his high school crush Katie are at the center of this, and it moves through that dangerous liminal space of, this, Dre, the end of junior year, through the fateful events of the summer that follows, and into that what I would call the cauldron that senior year of high school can be. It is a novel of becoming. It is a novel for young adults, but it's one of those novels for young adults that actually crosses the boundary into being the kind of thing that all of us who have high school memories and days of glory gone, but also days of strife and struggle, to really check this out. I recommend Charlie Mann for all of those fathers who have sons, for all of those mothers who have sons, and for all of those people who simply like good books. Judge Cullen, welcome and good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jimmy. Thanks for having me.
You're quite welcome. Let's talk a bit about this book because, one of the things that I have noticed and I'm an avid reader, as you probably can tell. I read your book. I'm an avid reader, and one of the more distressing things over the past 10 years has been a lot of young men are opting out of the reading space. Or are choosing to read technical manuals over fiction. The idea of what they used to call mid-brow writing that Ernest Hemingway fell into, that was accessible yet profound at the same time. There's not a lot of options for young men to read, and you've entered into a space where percentage-wise, the number of opportunities for young men to hear stories about themselves is declining. You've stepped into this. Was that any part of your consideration to give young men across the country an opportunity to read something that maybe that they would have direct access to?
So that's a great question. I think I'd be lying if I said I went into the project with that in mind as a goal. As I wrote the book and then went through the long and difficult process of finding a publisher and started thinking about marketing, I soon learned as part of that process a lot of what you just said, which is the precipitous decline in the number of particularly young men who read for pleasure. It is all too true today that the overall number of readers are declining for myriad reasons, right? Because we have a generation now whose lives revolve around their cell phones, and they get their news and their entertainment in little bits. They have shorter attention spans, and I think the market generally for readers over the last couple of decades has shifted, and there are very few authors who are writing about young men, who have young men as protagonists going through experiences that are unique and that a lot of us, as you said, remember fondly, that were difficult and that I think are still timely. So as I sit here this morning, months after publication, I'd like to take credit that I was trying to step into that void, but that wasn't my intention going in. It's kind of a secondary benefit, I guess, to the project.
And by the way, that is the project. I mean, I mentioned Hemingway. I'm a big fan of the Nick Adams stories. I'm a big fan of A River Runs Through It, on another kind of vein, these stories of young men coming of age. A big fan of the fun stuff like Encyclopedia Brown when I was growing up as a kid. All of the kind of stuff that we just got finished talking with Dion Graham, who is doing the new audiobook version of Ray Bradbury's Martian Chronicles, and all of that stuff filled up my imagination as a young man, and I don't know where I would be without it. And I can't tell you the number of people who come to me. They can read. I don't mean they're not illiterate, and they're capable of reading, but it just strikes me the number of people who we have worked with on this show to get them into reading late in life. I would like to prevent ever having to do that again. I would like all people who actually love to read to learn to love to read earlier rather than later. At the center of this book, this wonderful book, which, by the way, guys, you should read it, and then if you have a grandson or a son, you should give it to them. And look, we want everybody to read this book, but there's a special place in my heart for this book as something as an entry to young men. Tell us a little bit about Charlie Stewart, who sits at the heart of Charlie Mann.
Sure. So Charlie Stewart, as you alluded to in your introduction, is a young man who, like a lot of young men, has strengths and weaknesses. In terms of weaknesses, he's a fairly mediocre student, although he's an avid reader and a good writer. He's going into his senior year, a mediocre athlete, not a great football player, a backup on the team. He's a decent runner in terms of athleticism. He does that better than anything else. But Charlie's dealing with a lot. He has a best friend named Bo Miller, who is Mr. Superstar, who is good at everything, natural athlete, a great student who doesn't have to study. He's very handsome and has lots of girlfriends, and everything goes right for Bo. So he's kind of Charlie's counter, but they have a close friendship, but it's also a fraught friendship, like a lot of friendships that we have when we're younger. And it has its ups and downs and its complexities, but the two are close. So Charlie goes into his senior year. He's going to play football, which he knows he ain't going to play a lot. He's got to go through the college admissions process, which was daunting in the mid-1990s and is even more daunting today. Charlie lost his father to cancer a couple of years before that, and he's still reeling from the effects of that. He misses his dad. And into the void step a number of coaches and teachers who become role models to him and kind of help him through the year. And Charlie confides in them, and they help keep him on the right path as he progresses through the year to graduation.
One of the things that the book does really well is because often when people look back through the filter of, what is it? Prejudice is a fear of a future that will never come to pass, and nostalgia is a memory of a wonderful thing that never happened. And one of the things about this book that while it does capture a lot of those days gone feeling to it, you really do a great job of reminding people that being a kid is tough. And that the cruelty of kids to other kids plays through this. And sometimes we get bad advice from people who mean the best for us as well. What doesn't get lost in this is that, it's not that we have to get back to an earlier age or a different time, but it's a feeling of the sense to remember, that how we got to where we are, if we got to the other side whole, it's kind of remarkable that any of us do, because there are moments of breathtaking cruelty that only teenagers can do to each other. In writing that, did you find yourself wincing from time to time? Because I can't imagine that you just completely outlined this thing from beginning to end and didn't find surprises for yourself.
No question. So I'm often asked, are you a seat of the pants writer, or is this something that, in terms of formula and a rigid outline? The answer is the former. I had an idea for this book for a long time, and for a variety of reasons, never got around to starting the process. I knew how the book would begin. I knew Charlie Stewart would be the protagonist. I knew his best friend, Bo, would play a large role, and I knew that the book would be set in Richmond, Virginia, around the time that I was coming of age. But from there, in terms of the characters and the plot and how it developed, it was really organic. Once I had the first couple of chapters written, I just let those characters kind of take me through the year. And it was a remarkable process. I mean, I got so wrapped up in writing those chapters and thinking about those characters and thinking about Charlie and how he would struggle, ultimately how he would persevere, that it was cathartic for me because, sure, I was drawing on a lot of my own personal experiences. Certainly, I didn't have nearly the difficulties that Charlie did or face the number of obstacles that he did. But a lot of what he went through in terms of dealing with these friendships, first love, facing anxiety, and just dealing with life were familiar to the author. And as I kind of converted those experiences into prose through Charlie, I was revealing a lot about myself, particularly at that age, and how I saw the world, and how, as you said, how difficult being a high school senior is. And it was true then, and it's even more true today. And I think that's one of the cool things about the book is even though we're talking about the pre-cell phone and before the advent of social media, these challenges and experiences that teenagers face are timeless. They were true then, they were true well before that, and they're true today.
You know, one of the things as well too, and by the way, for all of our friends out there, my co-host actually does a show of her own on Wednesdays called We Should Write, which talks about the cathartic power of writing. She talks to people who write for a living, whether it's songs or books or anything else, and one of the things that they focus on is writing as a cathartic exercise, not worrying about whether you get it published or not, or whether the lyrics turn into a song or the poem turns into a reading, but just kind of focused on kind of doing that sort of work. I have to tell you, I actually had a bad trigger. And by the way, my producer and I talk about triggers. When we say that word, we mean that's our problem, not the problem of the writer, not the problem of the speaker, things that just bring us back to a moment. I can't give away the details of the book. There is something that Charlie essentially walks in on that just had me just suddenly being 16 years old again and being heartbroken all over again. And it really kind of takes you back. And you, from what you said, write in a really interesting way that you write down, which means you actually give your characters depth and then figure out who they are and then walk with them across the landscape of discovery, that you're kind of moving from the logical place to the next logical place and have to follow who they are as people and how they would react. It's almost like they're telling you the story. So there must have been times when you're like, I don't want to do this to these people, but it's the only thing that could possibly happen in this situation, right?
No, that's absolutely right. And you get to a point where, is this too much, right? This poor kid. I remember I had a wonderful project editor who I worked with after I found a publisher and it was accepted for publication. And I spent probably 6 to 9 months rewriting and revising with her input. And I remember at one point I got a draft back and her comments in the margin, and she just remarked, I mean, this poor kid has been through so much that I think at this point, you know, we need to lighten the scene and instill a sense of optimism and a little more hope. So you had to, I guess I had to check myself at times because you do become overwhelmed with some of these challenges and experiences and emotions. And that scene you're referring to in particular, in writing that, I mean, I personally had a visceral reaction, right? Because we've all been there in one way or another. And you just want to crawl into a hole and die. And I'm glad that for you, even though it was uncomfortable, that you were able to kind of experience those emotions. That's good feedback.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, is the fact that being a teenager is the first time we discover, you know, well, hopefully, if we've been raised in the right way, if we've had people who love us around us, being a teenager is the first time we really kind of discover and actually are able to articulate, well, I hope we can, what it means to feel isolated, to feel alone in your feelings, to feel that no one understands you. That's that great space of nobody gets what I'm going through. And it's only later on that we kind of get up to the point where we realize by being able to step outside of ourselves, oh, wait, everybody went through that. And I'm kind of curious if in fact, as you put this together, because Charlie feels very isolated at times, with people making efforts to reach out from time to time, but if in fact you began to feel the weight of that as you went through, because you talk about we talked about earlier, your editor saying, man, this kid has been through enough. Let's give a little sunshine. Let's get some green shoots in here. But did you begin to feel that weight? And how, as a writer, do you power through that when you know you're doing what is logical to a character, but at the same time, it doesn't mean it feels good while you're doing it? Because writing should make us at some points feel good.
Yeah, no question. Parts of the experience were enjoyable. I fell in love with these characters. They became a huge part of my life. When I was done writing the manuscript, I was sad for several days. I missed being part of their world. So all of that, plays a huge role, and it's difficult when you care about your characters and you care what happens to them, to write in such a way where they have to go through the fire, right? You're connected to them, they're almost like I'm a father. I have teenage children. You can't help but think, is this my son? Is this my daughter? And boy, I got to protect them and keep them away from some of this stuff that invariably they're going to face at one time or another as they grow older.
And you also have to imagine a world, by the way, this is established very early. This is all part of the preliminary stuff. You also have to establish a world and examine a world where a father figure is absent, and a good father at that too. The idea that, in kind of examining that, did that help give you any insight to imagine a world? I don't know if you know this, but after 9/11, David Edelstein wrote a really beautiful piece. The sports writer wrote a beautiful piece that every time he got on a plane after 9/11, he wasn't so much worried about his own safety, but that he had boys 9 and 12 years old at the time. And all he could think about was what the world would be like for them if he, in fact, left it. And I was kind of curious, as a father, you just talked about that. Is this my son? Is this my daughter? But as a father, it must have been a difficult process, too, to imagine a young man without a father present for them as well, too, right?
No question. And I was and am remarkably fortunate that I had a father who was more than present in my life as a teenager, who played an integral role in my development and instilling values and making me into the person that I am today, and as someone who is still among my best friends. So you take that away and just imagine what your life would have been like had you been at that formative age where you're so vulnerable and susceptible to various pressures. And it's almost unimaginable to me, but what I knew is that for a lot of kids, that's reality. Maybe not at age 17, age 18, but maybe in your 20s or your 30s. And that's in some respects tragic, but at the same time, there's an opportunity there to turn to other folks. And in the case of this book, a beloved English teacher, a track coach who goes above and beyond to check in on this kid and to step into the role of a father, someone he can confide in about the worst experiences of his life, and just listen to him and empathize and gently nudge him towards a better path. So there was tragedy, but also opportunity. And because Charlie had to go through it like that, unlike the author, I think he ends up being more resilient and empowered than most of us otherwise would be.
My mom is a lifelong educator. My dad, by the way, I have a very similar relationship to the one you described with your father. By the way, at 83 years old, I'll put it this way: they were both able to walk into a restaurant on their own wits and on their own legs last night as we went to go kind of have dinner with him. And he asked me what I was reading, and I told him about this book. My mom said something really interesting. She said, she said, as bad as people dread the idea of their father being called down to the principal's office to talk about what you might or might not have done, she said, what's worse is when there's no father to call down there. And
absolutely.
And she says the gravity of that then hits the principal or the disciplinarian and the people in that school when there is no father figure to call, and the idea that, we are always searching for that lost father plays a role in this book too, because there's all kinds of plots. Coming of age stories have all kinds of plots. There's the things that happen, but throughout the book, we can see Charlie casting about, who is it that is going to be the mentor that guides me to the next place in my life? And that becomes one of the things that kind of percolates throughout it as well. Is it going to be, is it going to be this counselor? Is it going to be this teacher? Is it going to be these people at camp? Who, in fact, are going to be the people that guide me to my next place? And the idea of asking that of someone who is the same age of you is always a terrible mistake, because they're going through the same things you are, and they're going to break your heart. And I'm having a conversation as opposed to asking questions, but I was curious as to when you have that second brain. Am I in fact writing this book, or am I now asking questions about the problem that I am laying out? Does that make sense?
It does. And I think it was more writing the book, but invariably you would reach a point where you're presented with a conundrum. You can go one way or another, and you've raised this issue to the surface, and you have to address it and confront it and deal with it. So that was an integral part of the process for sure.
The other thing is the fact that there are moments of breathtaking sunshine in this book. There are moments that towards the end, there's a fist pumping moment that really had me kind of galvanized. The other thing too is that, we forget how much of a role, even for those who aren't sure they want to participate, how much of a role sports at the center of everything plays a role in our identity in high school. And I was kind of curious in examining that. Does it give you pause that so many people's lives rise and fall, particularly teenagers, on these kind of defining moments? The idea that, in a different world, if Charlie was under better circumstances, a moment that happens towards the end of the book where that would be the thing that everybody remembers him for in this sort of, glory days vision of high school. But like I said, the other thing is that, we live in an era of cell phones now, and I was kind of curious if keeping cell phones, even though you've lived the plot in many ways, you and I both have lived this plot in one way or another, but if it's hard and difficult to kind of keep out what is now and keep it firmly grounded in the past, or if not having cell phones makes things a lot easier to kind of execute in this world.
So I think it made it much easier, right? Well, first, the pre-cell phone, pre-social media era was what I knew, right? And so cell phones came about when I was in college, and the internet and social media at or around the same time. I can't imagine writing a young adult novel and having to deal with that is kind of an overarching structure, right? Given the fact that teenagers today converse almost exclusively through that medium. I don't know how you would write without having it to be unwieldy. The text communications and posting on Snapchat and just having scenes like I have in the book, where you're just sitting on the banks of the James River in late summer, sipping on a beer that you shouldn't have been drinking, but just having a 2-hour conversation with a best friend. Every era has its pluses and minuses. I would argue that coming of age before cell phones and social media enabled kids to socialize and mature in a way that I think is lacking today, and I think we're seeing that kind of manifest itself in this current generation and the one immediately before that. These kids are, and I have 2 of them. They're just as special as we were, but they're different, right? They're more fragile. They're not as adept at socializing and communicating and adapting. They're less resilient. So that world was anathema to me. My experience was so different, and I couldn't begin to write a book where you had to deal with these impediments to just normal human interaction.
There is a stand-up comic that I'm going to recommend to you just for one routine. His name is Des Bishop, and he falls in our age bracket. He's closer to mine. You and I are kind of in the same territory here. But what's really fun is that he said, I'm all appreciative of people practicing mindfulness. He said the benefit of growing up in the 70s, 80s, and the early 90s, he said, was you didn't have to practice mindfulness. You had to deal with it. He said, be kind, exactly. Rewind. It's like the idea that it's like, what did you do on the bus when you were going to school? You watched the condensation on the window. That's what you did.
Yeah.
And that was the reality of it. Judge, we don't have any more time. Our guest today is the author of Charlie Man, which is a coming-of-age young adult novel. Comes with the highest recommendation. Guys, you can just give it to any young person in your life that you feel needs this story, but I'd recommend reading it yourself and then maybe making some time to talk to a young man in your life or anybody who loves to read about what this novel is all about. It's great for all ages. Charlie Man is the name of the book. Judge Thomas Cullen has joined us this morning. Congratulations on all your success and continue to do the good work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jimmy. It's been a pleasure.
We're going to return on the other side of this with, of course, Lindsay Lawler. Yeah.
I know her.
I know her very, very well.
Oh, God.
What a great show so far, huh?
It's been great. I'm in it. I've been talking back to you guys like I was on the air, and I'm not. But I'm about to be.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Friday. I'm so glad it's Friday. I'm so sad that Dre was robbed, but it's Friday, so he's got the whole weekend to figure it out.
We haven't told the ripped off story yet. We actually buried that lead. We didn't talk about that on the air. You're the first one to introduce that. What happened?
Wow, Lindsay.
Oh, you said no, I didn't. You said as you know, because I thought you meant you've been talking about it.
Oh, no. You knew. Oh, no.
I didn't know that.
Oh, no.
I didn't tell her.
We didn't. Yeah, we didn't introduce it.
Yeah.
Oh, my sweet mother of God. We didn't. Oh, my God. I thought you had actually sent her a text about that because it was. So this morning, I'm up. My mom, dad, and I, as you know, went with my brother Ryan, who took us out to have a steak dinner. It was amazing. And so, we got home after the dinner, and of course, it's, they're both 83 years old, which meant we ate early. And that meant we got home early, and I went for a very brief walk to walk off the meal, and then I went to bed. So I got up really early this morning, and I wrote Dre a text saying, hey, man, good morning. Just be careful out there. And he writes back, he says, yeah, my car got broken into.
Too late.
And
Why didn't you tell me to be careful earlier?
And they stole all my stuff. And one of the things they stole was his pad. the pad that the office pad that he actually is able to look into and see us on Google Meets. And along with that, his wallet and a bunch of other stuff too. I left him in the car, and he was kicking himself this morning. And I told him this, and I mean this. Look, I know we sometimes do stuff. We forget to kind of bring stuff in out of the car. Dude, it's not your fault. You're not the one that robbed yourself.
Yeah, man. If they want to get in, they can get in. But please, this. I only bring it up because please send money. Please send help. The address is
2306
in the arms of an angel.
2306 Esplanade Avenue, 70119.
I just feel bad because it was the one time
in this dark cold hotel room.
Huh?
Have I ever told you the story about how when?
Wait, you say the dark of this hotel room?
Isn't that what she says in the
It
Angel
is,
song?
but I always forget
this
that
dark,
lyric.
cold hotel room and the emptiness I feel.
I just feel like that
the
there's
song is
that there's a Tarantino character getting ready to walk in and go, "Did I stutter?"
Dude, it's so gut wrenching. But so send Dre all your money. No, but several years ago, a while ago, Seamus was away. He was traveling and away, and I was home alone. And the Angel commercial came on. The pet, give the pets all your money commercial. And I remember calling Seamus like over and over. He didn't answer. And I was like, called and called and called. So finally he calls back. He's like, what's happening? I'm like, oh my God, I have my credit card out. I have to give them all my money. He's like, I thought there was an emergency. I'm at work. I'm like, there is an emergency. All these dogs. Oh,
Dogs is dying.
Dogs is dying. It's an emergency.
Dogs is dying, man. Oh my God. By the way, welcome to your Friday edition of Road Gang Radio.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre. You can reach us and join the conversation at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. You call that number. Phone Master Dre will answer. He'll say, hey. He's going to be getting our first guest on the line here in a second, which I'm very excited about. This first guest.
Oh, my God.
Anton Graz. Is that how you think we say it?
Yeah.
Graz? Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about consciousness. He has a new book called New Consciousness, the ultimate aha moment and the next step in human evolution. I love a good aha moment. I'm to a place in life, Jim, where I have aha moments like on an every other hour basis, and I love it. And I notice every time I have an aha moment, Jim, I make a little shift.
A what?
A little pivot.
Pivot?
I make a little pivot in life, and it makes me very happy. So I'm very excited about this conversation.
We had 3 people on this morning before you actually joined us who actually all had their own moments of aha, their own moments of connection. Bob Nuss talked about the idea of, restoring a couple of trucks, putting them in a showroom, and then suddenly realizing, you know what, maybe we're actually in the midst of building a museum here, and then sitting down and figure out a way to make a 60-vehicle museum, in fact, happen. We then moved on to Lee Otto, the pastor Lee Otto of Sierra Delta, and to have his aha moment of understanding that his dog was actually functioning as an ambassador for him. And actually, I love this, when he said, people get a sense of who you are from what your dog is like, and we actually unpack that, and the idea that his inner life, the good person that he was inside, was being reflective by the trust in people and the trust in life that his dog was exhibiting, that Sage was exhibiting, and how that actually led to him finding love for the second time in his life after he lost his wife. And then finally, talking to the judge about writing. And it was kind of great, the idea of, we were talking about writing, and the judge had his characters all lined up with no plot, and just a period of time, the end of junior year to the end of senior year, and kind of walking those people through them and letting the ahas accumulate to create Charlie Mann. So it is a
I got to tell you, I had a hard time listening to that conversation, thinking about growing up and thinking about high school and remembering all my moments, and then thinking about what I'm going to, how that's going to go with my daughter. Like the first time she gets her heart broken, the first time she doesn't get invited to something, and the first time somebody says something mean to her. Somebody said something not mean to her yesterday, but somebody at school pointed out her skin and her family at school. And I'm like, oh crap, here we go. And I'm just so heavy on my heart thinking of all the moments I had. I know, but I also know it's part of the journey. We all have to go through it. We all have to go through that process. And I just hope, and we can talk to our next guest about this, but I just hope that I can be present and conscious enough to stay there with her and let her know this is just a moment. It will pass. It's part of the process, and not just slough it off. Like I think sometimes we say, yeah, rub some dirt on it. I'm going to try my best to be not tough love with my daughter, but just love, present love. So that brings us to our next guest, Jem, who I'm very excited to talk about. Would you care to bring this fine man onto the program for us?
I will begin it, by the way, by asking a simple question. And don't worry, Anton Gross, who joins us this morning, I will not be asking it to you immediately. It's a chance for me to introduce you. What, by the way, is the new consciousness? Anton Gross, PhD, author of the Handbook for a New Consciousness, The Next Step in Human Evolution, is a practitioner of phenomenology. The
Phenomenon.
The science of experiential reality that offers a groundbreaking framework that bridges intellect and intuition. And by the way, the book is terrific. His insights make consciousness tangible and experiential, empowering his audiences to see themselves and one another in a profoundly new light, and we are thrilled to welcome him this morning. Good morning, Anton. Good morning, Dr. Gross. It is good to have you on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invite. You asked, what is new consciousness? That's really quite simple. It's knowing that the very feeling of being, the very feeling of existing that we all have inside us is the actual oneness that fills the universe. Yeah, we're each unique. How boring it would be if we were all the same. However, when you say I am and I say I am, the feeling of just being that we each feel inside doesn't just feel the same. It's the same I am. We're not separate leaves. We're really one tree. And when humanity realizes this, it'll be big.
Doctor, I could have an entire month-long conversation with you just about I am. Just about I am. I'm getting I am tattooed on myself, by the way. I think
cool.
about that.
Well, you am.
Yeah, because I am. That's right. I think about it a lot. But I want to take, if you will, just a quick step back here, because I'm the woo-woo one around here that tries to bring in a very somewhat practical and conservative audience, and I sort of get out there. But I think there is a place for it if, we all help each other expand each other, right? And so I think
exactly.
Right. But can you take it a step back really quickly for somebody who's perhaps some sort of a skeptic? We all have a consciousness, so we should be open to this. When you use the word consciousness, because a lot of people they will drift into their own philosophy and religion when we go there, but it is a basic premise. When you use it to the most practical level, how do you explain consciousness?
It's just the feeling of being. It's just, I exist. Humans think that thinking is being conscious. They think, there are so many people who say, oh, humans, we think, we're conscious. But trees, they don't think, other things, animals, some, small animals, they don't think. They're not conscious. But they feel that they exist. Think about it. I mean, even a tree, when it turns to, the leaves to face the sun or sends the roots down into the ground to reach for water, there's something inside it. They can't explain it. They don't have a big brain. They don't use words. But there's something inside them that feels an existence, a need. And that is what consciousness is. The bigger the brain, the more we can do with it, the bigger our mind is. But so much of the world, so all of everything exists and feels that. And that's what life is. When you say I am and I say I am, it feels the same. Anything we add after that, male, female, black, white, old, young, rich, poor, blah, blah, whatever, they're just adjectives. They change from the very beginning. Look, when you look at yourself in the mirror right now, you're going to say, my goodness, this is a different person than I was when I was a teenager or when I was a kid. But the feeling of, that's me, I am, that hasn't changed at all, no matter what changes in the physical world. And when we realize that we're all connected like that, maybe humans will become smart enough to stop hurting each other, because when you hurt someone else, we're really hurting ourselves.
Hurt people, hurt people.
I know this for a fact. This isn't one of those things that I'm just kind of making up in the woo of the universe. Trees talk to each other. We know that the trees have an incredibly complex system of speaking to one another to find out where the food is, to find out if, in fact, there are things headed their way. I don't think a lot of people know this as well. And when somebody told me this, it just hit me like a ton of bricks, that when you smell fresh-cut grass, what you're also smelling is grass warning other grass that cutting might be coming for it as well, too. And I was stunned by that. And I'm like, well, that's just somebody making stuff up. And I went and looked up the science behind it, Lindsay, and it is the real deal. What I wanted to ask you, since we're talking about this, is what separates us, and we might not be separated, is what separates us from the planet that we inhabit, the fact that we are able in ways that the other species, whether they are plants, whether they are, microorganisms, whether they are other animals, is our ability to be aware of our existence and our being?
Great question, because that's what makes us feel that we're, quote, better, unquote, than anybody else. Sure, we're different. We're the most evolved beings on the planet, maybe with the exception of whales and dolphins. We don't know yet. But,
Thanks for all the fish, Doctor. Thank you.
Yeah, we're way up there. We're way up there, and we think that that's what life is, being able to do that. But the feeling, like you point out, of grass, the feelings of trees, think of this, how swarms of birds and butterflies migrate. The swallows go back to Capistrano every year, right? Even if they've never been there before. How do they know that? How do they know where it is? It's a singular mind, something that Rupert Sheldrake called a morphogenetic field, but we don't need to get into that now. The fact is that there is consciousness, there's mind in all beings. There's mind in planet Earth. Think about this. If there were a gnat or something, or some mosquito or something annoying on your shoulder biting you, you try and flick it off, right? What do you think all of these crazy weather conditions that are going on, the flood, the thing, I almost feel it's like Earth saying, oh my goodness, get these humans off of me. You guys are causing so much problems. I mean, I can't think of any other species that puts plastic into the atmosphere, or plastic into the oceans, gases into the atmosphere. The balance between all living things on Earth has been incredible for all these years, and we're changing it.
We are changing it. Well, we change it by our, and this is a question. Because through our experience and through lived experience, we learn more, we expand, and whether that be experience on this side, on another side, through meditation, through whatever it may be. And, Doctor, I remember I have not had a near-death experience as you have, but I do very vividly remember a time after going through something, and then I was on a plane and I woke up. Doctor, I remember waking up midair in the plane, and by waking up I mean to life, having my awakening, and was like, I have to this day seen the world completely different. Everything changed in that moment. And you had you had an actual near-death experience that transformed your worldview as well. And I love these stories when we make people realize they don't have to go through a near-death experience in order to have their wake up on Earth. But can you, through the lens of the wake up and seeing everything different, can you talk about how your near-death experience reshaped your relationship with fear?
Oh my goodness! Oh, there's no question. I was an atheist when I grew up not believing in God. My grandfather, I was 6 years old. My grandfather sat me down on his knee. He said, "God is the sum total of man's ignorance. We used to think the sun was God. Then we learned how the sun works. Now the sun isn't God anymore. One day, and he wiggled his finger in my face, he said, one day mankind's going to know how everything works. Then there's going to be no need for God at all. And so I believe my grandfather. I mean, he was the smartest one in the family. He won all the arguments. He was the loudest, you know. So I believed him. And then I had no oxygen. I'm 37 years old. A few years after being 6, right? I'm 37 years old. I have no oxygen in my lungs for 3 minutes or more, and I see a little light coming, getting larger and larger on the top of my head, and I'm thinking, oh, this must be the tunnel that people who've had these near-death experiences talk about, you know, and suddenly, boom, I go through that tunnel into the brightest light I've ever experienced in my life. But more than just light, they were like greater dimensions. There was just a feeling of an existence that I had not accepted before. I started rolling around on the ground. I could start to breathe again. My body was moving like an epileptic fit, but inside I was so calm. And when I could finally speak, I was control my body. I was on my knees with my hands folded in front of my chest. And my first words were, I am reborn. I am reborn in God. And I was so embarrassed to hear me say that after all my life of not believing. But you understand? But so I know exactly what you're saying about on that plane. Boom, the things happen. Inside, we live inside just as much as we live outside, and that's what quantum physics is beginning to learn. You know, old science says you have to be able to prove it from the outside, right? Quantum science is saying we affect the things that we look at. We make the changes, you know, and our inner world is just as important as the outer world. So it's all heading in that direction. Even science is coming to understand that we're all connected.
Listen, we're joined by Dr. Anton Groves, Handbook for a New Consciousness, The Next Step in Human Evolution. One of the things that often I hear say is we can grasp our existence, which of course is something that a lot of the other entities on this planet cannot do. We grasp our existence. But I love the word grasp because it means that we, even if we do grasp it, we are grasping that we are having to reach for a long distance to try to kind of strain ourselves to get there. You have a number of exercises in this book, and right off the bat, you come out throwing punches in the best sort of way with the say what you mean game, which by the way is one of the best strategies. I tell people often when they're working on plays or working on any sort of dramatic piece, one of the best pieces of conflict you can have is you need to tell me the truth. You need to say what's really going on. You need to figure out what it is you really mean because you're dancing around it right now. Can you talk about the application of these exercises, of these opportunities, and talk about what it means to be able to clearly, after having said it 12 times, 1,000 times, to be able to clearly articulate what you mean?
Well, boy, that's a challenge now that you're going to make. I've got to explain it clearly after all these times, but I'll accept the challenge. We live inside us as well as outside us. All right. If you and I are going to have coffee, I'll say, man, this coffee's weak. You might say, hey, this coffee's strong. Who's right? Both of us, because it depends what something means to us, all right, that whether it's real or not. For us, no one is right and no one is wrong if you count your experience as something you actually have. And you're going to live your life differently than someone else because of your inner experience. When you say the word mother, you were talking family before when I came on. If you say the word mother, every one of us is going to think something different. Oh, my mom was so sweet. Oh, my mom was so smart. Someone else might say, oh, my mom, boy, was she a pain. You know, which is real. It's real for each of us, and we have to understand that all these things are just the adjectives. Nobody is right and nobody's wrong. That's why I say there are so many religions in the world, but inner spirituality is different. And the only religion that I have to, worry about is the person who says, my way is the only way. If you trust somebody to find their own path and they truly love other people and treat other people with love and respect, why did it matter what path they take?
I love this. I love this. I'm so glad you said nobody's right and nobody's wrong, because it leads me into what I'd love to talk to you, have you dig a little deeper on that and the idea of, I think a lot of things, I always say it's like take everything in around us and it's like a juicer, put it all in and then just juice out what doesn't resonate for you and keep in what makes sense to you. And I think that's where, at least for me personally, with like religion, maybe growing up or in my like early adult years, certain things maybe didn't connect because I was like, well, I believe that, but I also believe this over here, and that would be conflicting. So can you just talk about when like, I believe little pieces of a lot of things, and I guess that just makes me, right? But how are we to go deeper on the no one's right and no one's wrong with that lens?
Look, you know, so many people say, well, I know the way. This is the way. Well, sure, it's the way for you, but imagine, here's a wild thought. What if you had been on an airplane as an infant, flying across Australia, and the airplane crashed, and everybody died on that plane except for you? Now, the indigenous people of Australia, the Maoris, they would have heard the plane going across, they would have heard it crash, and they would have gone to see what happened. And if they found a little baby there, they wouldn't have left you. They'd have picked you up and taken you in. And you would have grown up completely different than you are now. Your beliefs would be different. Your language would be different. The food you ate would be different. You might not be able to drive a car, but you could sure run faster than you probably do now, right? Yeah. But you'd still be you. You could still feel, I exist, I am. And you wouldn't be wrong, you would just be different. And we have to accept that. I like I say, why is it going to make a difference? Well, what if there were eyes on the end of the fingers? And they looked out and they saw the thumb, and they said, you stupid thumb coming from all the way over there. Take that and that and that. And they scratched the thumb, and the thumb got infected. And the infection went through the hand back up into the fingers, and the fingers got infected. Would the fingers have scratched the thumb if they knew they were connected? I don't think so. Mm-hmm. And if humans, when we realize that we are all connected, not by something out there that we can see and measure, but by the very feeling of existence, by pure consciousness. When we realize we're all connected, maybe we'll be as smart as our fingers. Maybe we won't hurt other people, because hurting others is hurting ourselves.
Doctor, it's a lot like, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Have you seen the movie Sliding Doors with Gwyneth Paltrow?
My wife will tell me that I did, but okay. I just forgot. But
well,
I don't know.
The long story short about it just made me think of that. It's that moment where she the whole movie goes through. She's running to the subway. She misses the train, but the whole movie proceeds to go to, if she made the train, here's what happened. She doesn't make the train, and we see it play out parallel, right? And I think about that with our daughter, who's adopted, who, by the way, is from the Marshall Islands. And not the life that we've given her, or that one, either one is better or worse, but I think about it all the time, like, wow, things shifted for her by being there versus here, per your story. So, I mean, to you, is life a lot of these sliding doors moments where we exist on?
Oh, absolutely.
Please.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have the choice. Here's the thing, you've got to vision what you want in life. All right, and that's how you're going to get there. All right, I would tell this to my kids. I told it to my grandkids. What do you want? When they say, I don't know where I'm going, what do you want to be? Think as far into the future as you can. If you're trying to climb up a mountain, you think about the top of the mountain. You don't think about the places you've been or what's down there. So you vision where you want. And then when a sliding door comes your way, you can choose to go in or wait for the next train. You can make a left turn or a right turn. Which one of these would take me closer to the goal that I want? So knowing that all works out if you keep that vision in your mind, think about it. No work of art ever showed up, from a Van Gogh painting to some guy with, writing on a wall somewhere, without it going through that person's mind first. We think about things on the inside. That's waves. We make them come out into the real world. That's particles. That's quantum physics showing that what we do inside, we can bring into the physical world. We make things happen. And where we put our mind is what we make real, what we make physical.
Doctor, we are talking with Dr. Anton Gross. Hey, I might have put you on the spot here real quick. We have to take a quick commercial break. Would you mind hanging on? It'll be super quick, like 1 minute. Would you mind coming back? Because I just want to wrap up and put a little bow tie on this and hit the book one more time if you'll stay with us a couple more minutes.
Okay, if I can have a drink a cup for my cup of coffee while you're doing that.
Yes, have a sip. That's what we do around here. Take a sip. You're a member of the Road Gang with us. Dr. Anton Gross has been joining us. You can head over to his website, which is AntonGrosz.com to get this book. It's on Amazon or wherever you buy your books. The Handbook for a New Consciousness. We're going to dive a little deeper when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
By the way, as he alluded to earlier in the interview, Dr. Anton denied anything religious for the first half of his life. In 1978, at the age of 37, he discovered spirituality through a near-death experience. Since then, he has been devoting his life to studying different spiritual paths, leading meditation practices, and helping those at the end of their life. He received his Ph.D. from the California Institute of Integral Studies in the Evolution of Human Consciousness and is a practitioner of phenomenology, the science the science of experiential reality. He's an ordained interfaith minister and a retired hospice chaplain and now a certified home care provider. And we are talking this morning about his wonderful new workbook, his wonderful new read, Handbook of a New for a New Consciousness, the next step in human evolution. He graciously has given us a few more moments because he and Lindsay are going to go where Van Morrison called into the mystic.
Thank you. Well, I just want to and then a practical first and a out there question, and the next the practical question for our listeners on the road. But I'm just curious because the in-home care that you do, the working with people at the end of their life, it's down to such a minute by minute thing. And we realized my brother-in-law passed away several years ago, and it was so crazy to us seeing that the hospice nurse knew that's like, oh, we're down to X amount of time. The fact that they know that is just mind blowing. But I would venture to guess it's some sort of signal they're getting from obviously the patient themselves, which leads us to believe, do we know what's happening before it happens more deeply? So can you just talk a little bit about that? It's a bigger conversation, but that the end of life time that you've spent with people and what it's taught you, from you also already seeing the light yourself.
Well, I have, but if I may, I'll share with you, if I may, about the death of my mother. I was with her when she died, and I think it's an interesting story. I lived in San Francisco at the time. I was on the West Coast, and she was on the East Coast. And my mother, my sister, was caring for her. She had been the provider, and I had asked, she's the younger sister, and I'd wanted to ask my mother, why did you choose my sister? And she said, you're so woo-woo. If anything happened to me, you'd say, just go into the light. Your sister will get medical treatment for me, and so on and so on. Anyway, my sister called. Mom had fallen. She's in a coma. Can I come out there and help out? She's done all she can. So I fly out, and I'm thinking, oh, man, this is going to be tough. I've been with other people, but with my mom, wow. Well, she was in a coma in the hospital room. I'm in there. I'm reading to her from my old book, Letters to a Dying Friend, which had already been published, which is a westernized version of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And I'm doing something called therapeutic touch. Do you know therapeutic touch?
I do, yes.
Okay. Nurses use it from the head down. It's where you run your hand about 3 to 4 inches over the body in the person's aura, their energy field. And when you go from top to bottom, it takes the pain out of the brain, and so that they feel less suffering. When someone's dying, you go in the other direction, from the bottom up, so as to get their energy to leave their body from the highest area, the highest chakra, the most evolved place. And I was doing that. I was telling her, "You're a good mom. We're happy, my sister and I. Thank you so much for everything. If you see the light, go into the light. Don't worry about it." And she opens her eyes. She looks at me, and there's a, oh my God, he's here look in her face. Now, I told you, she didn't, she said, if he's come here from all the way across the country, this must be the time. We never said a word. She closed her eyes, and I kept doing the therapeutic touch. And I told her, go into the light. It's okay, Mom. And, of course, I'm crying on the inside. But I'm doing that. And I could see the jugular vein in her neck just pulsing and pulsing. And that was the only movement. But it's got less and less and less. And then it finally stopped. And I knew that she had died. And I went to tell the nurses in the hospital, and they were all looking in the door. They said, we've never seen anything so peaceful as this. And then I realized the blessing that I had, that I had helped her into the next world the same way she had helped me into this world.
Oh, wow.
And, we're all going to leave our bodies. So if we can do it peacefully and in love and from the highest chakra, from the highest part of our head, the awareness, that's the best thing that can happen.
It's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. By the way, I had a vision, so I die. I'm laying in my bed. I'm a very old lady. I'm laying in my bed, and I'm wearing all my jewelry, and everyone's in the room, and I just start taking it off, and I'm handing it to pieces to everybody one by one, and then I say peace out. So I'm very happy to know that's apparent. And I would just on a practical level leave our listeners before we lose you. For our listeners, Doctor, most of our listeners are over-the-road truck drivers. They spend a lot of time alone, as you can imagine, have a lot of time with their thoughts, which is different than their consciousness. But could you tell them what's one exercise or mindset shift that they can try today to glimpse this shared I am?
Yes, I can. First off, let me say that when I meditate, I close my eyes. And if you're driving, don't do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's my first bit of advice. But just be aware that everything outside that you're looking at is live. I will tell you about driving. I mean, you mentioned it, if I may. I had the most be here now moment I have ever had when I drove my car across the country from San Francisco to where I live now in Newark, Delaware, and we're going across on Route 80, and we're driving 80 miles an hour around a curve, and the fences, there are no fences, and it's a big steep drop-off on the right, and I'm watching what I'm doing, and then a truck, a semi, passes me on the left, going faster than I am. And I was living in the here and now.
Yeah, that'll do.
If I wasn't paying attention exactly to where I was, I wouldn't be. So that's my comment to the driver. You guys do a great job. Just be where you are. You know, in the here and now, everything is as it should be. And trust in that. Trust in that.
Cue the George Harrison Be Here Now song, if you guys don't know that. Maybe try listening to that. That'll help as well.
By the way, that would be great company to put Dr. Anton in. George Harrison was very much where many people should be in regards to being present in the moment and also in the eternal. AntonGross.com. That's GROSZ.com. The name of the new book is Handbook for the New Consciousness, the next step in human evolution. I had a really great time just kind of going through and kind of like picking through the exercises, guys. It really is great to pick up. Head on over to his website, see how you can get your hands on the book. Thank you, Dr. Anton. We really appreciate you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's been my honor. And remember, you don't have to believe everything that everybody tells you, but you certainly should believe what you experience inside and know is true for yourself. Thank you so much for the invite. I appreciate it so very, very much.
Oh, thank you. I am your new fan and friend, as are we all. So thank you. Have the best day.
Thank you very much. You are, I am, and we're one. Peace.
Peace. I'm going to get my I am tattoo.
Go get it. Get on top of it. You are because you are. You know Descartes' I think, therefore I am, right?
Of course.
A lot of people don't know how long it takes him to get to that point in that book. And he actually lays it all out. There's even a moment where he actually speculates that maybe we are the creation of an evil genius. The genius, of course, being the creator. That's how the Romantics referred to it. There's even a long section how we might actually be the product of an evil center of the universe that is simply maliciously toying with us. It would take too long to explain, but how he gets through that, when he gets to the end of that, is one of the most life-affirming moments of writing I've ever encountered. Because basically he says an evil genius would never allow us to figure him out. You follow me? That an evil genius would never allow us to figure him out. And that if, in fact, an evil genius would allow us to figure him out, it means that behind the evil genius is a great genius who invented the evil genius for us to overcome. It's dazzling. I mean, a lot of it is, a lot of it has been kind of moved forward in regards to philosophical circles. It's much more complex than that, but the basic foundation is an evil genius would never give away the game unless he was stupidly designed by a greater genius to give away the game so that we could get back to the good genius. It's wonderful. And the idea of thinking, therefore you are, is much more profound, as the doctor proved, than people actually realize. I think, therefore I am, is a very different thing than merely acknowledging existence. It's a complicated thing because it seems so not different, but it is.
Well, and the I think therefore I am, then also the other side of that. I think a lot about the I am, the great I am, the I am when biblically when it was spoken of, and that Jesus was actually speaking. If I my opinion, my humble opinion, from the awareness that precedes personality, that consciousness of God within, and so that's when I think about I am. I think about how does that, going back to what the doctor was saying in the connection piece. When I say I am, it's I am inside. I am connected to all that is. The one that said I am. That's all of us. And man, I could talk about this all day long. But I mean, before Abraham was I am. There's so much. Anyway, I just think it's a great conversation. I actually loved the eyeballs on the fingers metaphor he gave. Because
God.
think about that. Why would I hurt something that I knew was connected to me? I mean, that is so simple and so basic, and we just miss it. So anyway,
there's been a lot of religions who have struggled with this. The Vatican, the famous Vatican II Council, which in its reformations acknowledges the goodness of all mankind, which is an extraordinary document. That there are a number of documents from the Black Baptist Church that acknowledge that, where they basically say, we're right, but there are other ways to get there too. You're just making the math harder for yourself. There's all kinds of attempts in a number of religions. There are a number of versions of Shinto, a number of versions of Hindi, a number of versions where you see like, no, you're going to get there. There are Sikhs there are a number of Sikh strains of Sikh religion that believe you're fine, Lindsay, you're on the path. They're like, that's your path. You'll get there. We'll see you there. There are a couple that are like, we'll see you there. We'll just get there first, but we'll see you there.
Well, there's a great. We'll see you there. See you on the other side. There's a great speech I saw somebody say at one point, and he was on. It's actually a pastor, but he was on Oprah, and the whole idea was when we say I am, think very quickly about what you say after that. A lot of times we're like, I am running to the store. Or, I am whatever. But if you spend a little more time and a little more presence with that I am and what you say after it, you realize how much it's becoming. I am tired, I am happy, I am thirsty. Like we label ourselves, and then consciously we do become whatever we just said we are, And so when you say I am without adding anything after it, then, so not I am Lindsay or I am tired or I am lost. Like, I think it's that, you're aligning with that eternal presence, something bigger, you takes you back to a stillness before thought. And I believe that's a sort of a doorway to divine consciousness. This just went real deep, I know.
No, it's okay. And the thing is, too, I'll bring this back to trucking, and then I'll go completely out into Van Morrison's Mystic Land with you. There is a moment, I think, that a lot of our friends out there feel very isolated and alone. They feel very much by themselves. They feel underappreciated. They feel rejected. They feel like nobody really understands what they're going through. You pointed out just a couple of days ago that one of the great reliefs in life, and that was what our earlier guest as well, Lee, was talking about, when you realize that your isolating experience is a communal isolation, that everybody has had that feeling of isolation, that you and you alone, the loneliness conversation we had a couple of days ago as well, too.
You're not special in your loneliness.
That you're not...
With all due respect.
Yeah, that you are. Well, how about this? Rather than saying you're not special in your loneliness, you are not alone. You are not alone in your loneliness, and that it is a common human condition that you feel. But being more connected to the I am actually then allows you to make the next step, which is to connect to everybody else and to do that. And on a trucking level, what you can do is you understand that the Mexican ambassador a couple of years back gave a great speech where he talked about that the true service of a government is to allow access for its citizens to have the goods and services they need at the most reasonable rates that it can produce, to allow each and every person the opportunity to actually live their best life. And if you understand that as a truck driver, even in your isolation and your loneliness, that by yourself, what you are doing is part of a vast network and system that allow human beings to live their best possible lives. that you are actually allowing people to have goods at a cheaper rate by getting where you have to get efficiently and doing your job at the best of your ability. You are allowing so many Christmas mornings to be spectacular. You are allowing so many Thanksgiving dinners to be full of love without anxiety, or at least none that you caused. You are allowing so many Halloweens to have the kind of candies where kids go, oh my God, full-size bars. You are allowing people.
Full-size bars, cider house.
Exactly. You're allowing people to be able to come home and give their son a baseball bat, or to buy a new book that their daughter loves, or to buy a baseball bat for your daughter, or to buy a new book for your son, and on it goes. And to be able to see yourself in that position is, to then take the next step back, which, having seen how you fit into this vast network, to then realize that the reason it really functions is because you are.
Speaking of a vast network, it's time to pivot.
Pivot!
It's time for Breaker Back Talk, where we're going to tie it all together. Everything Jim just said, everything I said, everything the guest said, everything the caller said, everything the commenters said. This segment brings it all together in one pretty bow, and it sounds like this.
It sounds like this.
Oh, hi.
Good morning,
I didn't know if there was going to be
is...
music or a pivot or an intro or something.
Same, me
so I was just waiting.
Me neither. I was like, am I supposed to go on right now?
Go on.
Guys,
Morning,
it is good morning. It's not only Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Friday, it is Faith-Based Friday. You guys are getting in deep.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, not sorry.
No, don't say sorry. Exodus 3:14, I am who I am. Thank you guys for that.
Right.
Putting that on my heart this morning.
And by the way, I love the callback in the second book. After Exodus, that one, we get the callback in the Gospel according to John. In the beginning, there was the Word. And I think that's that it's all part of that same great continuum, all of that calling back. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What is the word? There is the word. There in the beginning there was the word. In the beginning there was Tara. Tara, what's the word?
There are plenty of words, guys. There's lots of words. First, we got Uncle Spazzy chiming in on Facebook, said, too bad y'all don't have video feed of the show. I'm sure all the Nemo Road Gang listeners would absolutely love it.
Working on it.
I agree.
Uncle Spazzy, fingers crossed. We are in the preliminary stages of that. So it's high on our wish list. And we really hope to be bringing that to you guys very soon.
And also be careful what you wish for, because sometimes it doesn't look so pretty on the other side.
I'm always going to look handsome, letting you know right now. And by the way, Lindsay, I know my friend. I know you too well, Lindsay. I mean, I can tell you the first couple of weeks are going to be like me having to massage certain people's egos. Not Lindsay. No, you look fine, Dave. No, you look fine.
It'll be Mimi in the background a lot. And I'm excited for Mimi.
A lot of snorting Frenchie in the background. A lot of me dressed up, party on the top and slumber party on the bottom.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm excited to be a part of it.
I love that.
Party on the top. That means look like I'm functional and fashionable.
I got that.
Slumber party on the bottom. I'm in my pajamas.
I'm excited to be a part of that.
It was actually really smart and really quick, and I didn't even think about it.
That was very witty.
It was very well done. It was very well done. It was very well done.
People don't point out how funny I am more often.
I know, you're a regular steak knife.
Thank you.
You pointed that out.
To the point. Go on.
Well, someone messaged us through the website contact form and said, hello, I understand that some people have sent gifts to the studio for the hosts. I would like to send some as well with your permission. I'd like to send a box. Where should I send it? And I'm like, that is so sweet. We don't expect gifts, but we do accept gifts.
Them.
Oh,
for
I
sure.
accept them.
We accept. We just don't expect. But I mean, guys, we don't expect them, but you guys are pushing the RGR mission forward, even if it's through just a like on the YouTube stream. The super chats are insane. They were crazy the other day. There was like
super
5
chat.
of them.
Super
it
chat.
was wild. You guys are amazing.
And we don't expect gifts, but if you don't send them, we know that you don't love us.
Right. So you should.
No, but that's where would they send them? Unfortunately, with me, my studio is my house, and I can't really give that
ain't
out
happening.
on
Yeah,
air.
we're not.
I don't know. Where do we send gifts?
I can tell you where we sent them. 2306 Esplanade Avenue, 70119. It's a public place anyway, so there isn't like a violation of anybody's privacy here. It is both a hotel, a restaurant, and a venue, a rental venue as well, along with the studio offices. So if you send it to 2306 Esplanade Avenue, 70119, you can send send it to RadioNemo, courtesy of Andre Thibodeau, courtesy of Jimmy Mack. Don't send it to Madison. Don't do that to that poor woman. But you can.
Courtesy of Lindsay Lawler.
Well, if it's for Lindsay, yeah, actually,
whatever.
If it's for
We'll
Lindsay and it's not going to go bad in 5 days, you can send even Lindsay
Right.
stuff here if you want to.
If it's something that will go bad in 5 days, contact me personally, and I will make sure it gets to me. Like if you're trying to send
Post
me
office
cheese,
box.
if you're trying to send me cheese, I really want it, and I want it to get here quickly and directly to me. So if anyone wants to send me cheese, contact me personally. Go
We'll
on,
make it happen.
Tara.
But yeah, guys, if you guys can't send like super chats and stuff, we understand. If you want to push the RJR mission, hit the thumbs up button, share the stream. A lot of you guys are doing it, and you guys are great.
It's working.
Truly, it's working. It really is.
Make the miracle happen. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
No, there's plenty of people that are finding us. I mean, Jean-Paul Dutchman on Facebook says, "We miss you guys on the radio. God bless you guys." So I made sure to let them know, like, we're alive and well, and people are sharing the streams. A lot of people from the old platform still have not found us, and it's staggering, but we're so excited when they do find us. Like Nutty Buddy found us, and it was a glorious moment on air. And we need your help spreading the word. Josh K sent a Facebook message saying, "Howdy everyone, I've been away for a while, a lot of changes to the platform. Wow, how can I listen to you guys through the week?" So went ahead and sent them the details as well. But yeah, it's slowly but surely we're getting it out there.
Slowly but slowly. Hey, but that's part of
Slowly
it.
but slowly.
That's
It is.
part of it. Doesn't, as Jim says, doesn't matter if you're late to the party as long as you showed up. Go on.
Yes. Richard B submitted this one through the Breaker Backtalk form and said, "Question for the show. My co-pilot, a 90-pound silver lab named Diesel," my ears perked up at that, "keeps trying to ride shotgun with me. Who's got the better claim to the front seat, the driver or the dog?"
The dog, obviously.
What? Of
Is that
course.
even a real
duh.
question?
Hello. He said, "No, but seriously, just wanted to say turtles' dogs are cute. Are they chocolate labs?" Yes, they are chocolate labs. They are cute. They're in the background of some videos sometimes that you guys see. So I know you see them sometimes. Their names are Winston and Waverly. I call them the Chacos. That's my name for them. I love them so much. But
Chacos. Shout out
give
to the
Diesel
Chacos.
shout out to the Chacos and give Diesel nose boobs for me, please.
Nose
Always.
boobs?
Yes. Boobs. Not nose
Oh,
boobs.
boobs. I thought you said nose boobs.
I thought you said nose boobs too. I'm like, what is a nose boob? I'm going to pretend it's okay. I don't understand what's happening here, but I'm going to go with it.
It's my new thing. To
Nose
call people
boobs.
when they're boy. You're such. Don't be. My husband
Nose
bothers
boobs.
me. Don't be a nose boob.
How about those nose
Don't be-
boobs? Hey there, Darth
nose
Vader. He's got a nose boob.
And hey.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and hey, what about the nose boob? Hey, a 90-pound lab in your car, in your truck, and that's already a small cab up there front. That's a those are close quarters.
That's that must be a very well behaved lab. Like, has to be.
Huh. All right, go on.
90-pound lab. Go on.
Moving on. Nose boob. 3.5 dropped in with a great reminder for everyone on the road. It says, "Everyone have a great week. With the time change, watch out for different things. The holidays are coming, so watch out for more travelers. Remember that you are the professional. When someone does something bad around you, the lesson you can teach is you'll make the exceptions for them to keep everyone else around you safe." Which I just loved that.
It's great words, but I kind of wish he wouldn't have gone on. I wish he would have just ended it with the holiday, with the time change. Watch out for different things, and then just ended it there. Be like, what do you mean?
I saw
What's coming?
I saw the funniest cartoon, just so simple and so basic. It's just a woman in front of a window and just pitch dark outside, and she goes, "It's midnight. My whole day is gone. What has happened?" And the husband says, "It's 5:35. Take it easy."
It's wild. The time change has been really affecting me. What about you guys?
Yeah, big time. We don't know what. I don't know if it's morning or night. It makes me think of that. My husband used to travel the world consistently, and I'll never forget. He was at home one day, and he'd been in, like, I think Japan or something. I don't know. And I came in and woke him up, and I was like, "Seamus, it's 4:00," and he just sat up and goes, "AM or PM? AM or PM?" And I'll never forget that. That's what I feel like. Same thing. It's like AM or PM. Is it AM or PM?
I did that, by the way. I raced into my parents' living room while they were watching their roundup of all the Chicago procedural shows, and I'm like, "What time is it? What time is it?" My dad's like, "Why would we be watching Chicago Fire at 6:30 in the morning? Go back to bed." Oh my God. It's just like,
It's been crazy. Like, seriously, I've been waking up earlier, which is great, but we've been getting deliveries from like semi trucks in our driveway for the house stuff. And I just feel like they're working really, really late. And I'm like, what is going on? It's like 9 o'clock. And then it was 5:45. I was like, oh, okay, that makes
have
more
you shared
sense.
those pictures, by the way? I mean, it doesn't give away your address or anything. Have you shared the
No,
pictures
I
of
haven't.
Wow.
But I posted a TikTok. So if you have a TikTok, you can look me up on there. I just posted a vlog yesterday that has some of it in there. But yeah, the house looks like a house, guys. And if you've been following along the journey and any well wishes you've sent has helped because it is moving so quickly. So I appreciate you guys always asking about it.
I can't. There's a room for us, right?
Y-
Oh, crickets.
In the attic?
In the attic? What
There's a room for us.
Hey, the only
Somewhere
good
a
thing-
room for us.
The only good thing about getting it dark early as a parent
It's nothing.
It means you can try to put your kid to bed earlier because they think it's hard to put your bed like when it's 7:30 and still light outside. For you'll be like, I'm not going to bed now, but now it's like dark at 5:30 and I can just change the clocks and she won't ever know. So there you go.
Lindsay, I have to ask you that. Like, reminds me, have you ever tricked Freya for like putting on a YouTube video of the ball drop, but like 3 hours prior to, so you and Seamus can like enjoy it?
Oh
Life
yeah,
hack.
yeah. We do have family. This will probably be the first year we do that where she's like aware she's about to be 7, where she's sort of into it. So I bet we will do it. Yeah, we'll celebrate like New Zealand's ball drop or something.
Amazing.
Bedtime.
Amazing. Go to bed.
I love it.
You gotta get you gotta get out of here. By the
No,
way.
she's not. She's got one more thing. One more thing.
All right, go on.
Lindsay, you write often. Jimmy, I know you do different journals and different things. I wanted to ask, like, do you have multiple journals for multiple things? Because ballpoint pen day is today. Okay, fountain pen day, ballpoint pen day. So I wanted to ask about journaling. And do you guys have different journals for different things, or do you guys just brain dump it all into one thing?
Jim, you go first.
I got 3. I have a show journal, I have a day in the life journal, and then I have a journal that's actually building Cargo Out of Space, the fictional work I'm working on while mulling about what I'm thematically working on. So I keep 3 journals. I write in each of them every day in sequential order so I can get it done. Yep.
You and I
Lindsay.
could not be more different. I have about 27 at any given time, and they're laying all over the place. They're in different bags, purses, corners under my bed, in the kitchen, all over Seamus's life and space, and they all have random musings in them. Nothing is in order. Nothing is organized. It's all random chaos.
Ask me about journals when we get through our next guest, because I'm going to have a question for journals for him too as well. But ask me about journals.
We should write,
Yeah,
right?
Right. It is. I
Right?
actually had to work out a journal system because I was you, Lindsay. Tara, we have to ask you the question. Do you do the same thing? Which one do you do?
I have journals for all different things: to-do list, productivity, Bible journal, and my favorite one is the journal that I started from the moment that we decided to sell the house and everything we own and buy the camper and the house stuff. I update it like daily, and it's my favorite thing to do.
I love that. It's important. You're going to look back at 10 years from now when you're raising kids in that house, or when they get older, they're going to be able to read that and see the process of the home that you guys created for them. So that's beautiful. Good for you. Keep up with it. And keep inspiring us. Tara on Breaker Back Talk.
Get out.
Hey, you're such a hashtag nose boob. Get out of here.
Nose boob.
I'm out. Bye.
Nose boob.
Bye. Hashtag nose boob. My next song's going to be maybe my next album will be called Nose Boob. No explanation, just nose boob.
Dexter Patterson's coming up here in a moment. This is really groovy stuff too, Lindsay.
Speaking of not being a nose boob, we're talking birding. All those bird watchers out there, which I know is you on the road, get ready.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We are back for another half hour of Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Lindsay Mack and Jimmy Lawler.
What?
Yeah.
That's a weird looking baby.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something? You know, I always like when the kids come up with new things to say. I really do, actually. I always kind of like digging into the lingo of whatever the kids are saying. I don't incorporate it, by the way. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not trying to be hip. But the one thing that came up many years ago, and it's kind of stuck around, a lot of people still kind of live there, is the expression, let's go. I love that. Let's go. And I always love it because it almost inevitably always means a turning of the tide, a shift in the momentum, what I like to call drop, D-R-O-P, a dramatic renewal of purpose. And I have to tell you, you know, Claire is a bird watcher. There's no other way to describe it. If you've seen the videos, and I've sent you a couple, right, Lindsay, of like literally the time-lapse photography. Every year she puts stuff out to make sure that the hummingbirds actually are able to nest and get their eggs going over on our porch over in Santa Clarita, California. You know, over here we got a couple of Louisiana herons that have stopped by the studio from time to time during their migration periods. There are crows out here that are kind of giving the good word about us, but warning us about a lot of the ne'er-do-wells that sometimes wander around this building. And I have to tell you, man, when it comes to the idea of birding, getting out there and seeing the world, Lindsay, I feel like when you make a commitment to it, it does make you want to say, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Things have changed.
Beanie. I have a beanie that says let's go, so I've been waiting for it to get cold so I can wear my let's go beanie.
Let's go.
I understand birding now that I live out in the woods, and I'm going to talk to our next wonderful guest about that. So speaking of that, our next guest is someone who's, Jim, like, the passion that Dexter has for what we're talking about is really contagious. Dexter Patterson is joining us. He's the co-founder of Wisconsin's BIPOC Birding Club and author of the brand new book, Birds of the Great Lakes. It's a really fun and accessible is a great word here, accessible guide to birding throughout the Great Lakes region. It covers more than 100 species with an emphasis on sustainability, conservation, and community. And Dexter is also the host. If this doesn't make you happy, I don't even know what will.
I'm already happy.
He's
I'm already happy.
He's host of a podcast called Bird Joy. Come on. You can't say that and not smile. He's also the CEO of Operation Bird Joy. Smiling again, guys. His mission is all about helping people rediscover the joy of connecting with nature. He's been featured on Birds in Bloom, Sierra Club, and the Audubon magazine, and he's making birding more inclusive, by the way, welcoming and downright joyful for everybody out there. Dexter, happy to have you here. Everybody, please make welcome to the show. Dexter Patterson, good morning.
Good morning. Let's go.
Let's
go. As opposed to clap along if you feel like a room without a roof, it's peck along if you feel like a room without a roof. I have to tell you, Dexter, I opened that website, you know, when we got all the information, we got the book and everything. And I opened that website, and I swear to God, I wanted to jump through the image and onto that beach with you guys and just be a part of the action. The Birds of the Great Lakes, of course, is the book we're going to be talking about today. But there's so much more to talk about in regards to you and your love of all this stuff. The book, by the way, is spectacular. If you have anybody in your life who wants to get into birding or is already into birding, please get them this book along with a copy of the game Wingspan. It will be a double duo combination that will blow them away. Dexter, tell us your story, though. We want to know how you get into birding from the beginning. Let our listeners know where your passion for going out there and raising those binoculars and getting an up-close and personal look at, I think, one of the great, design elements of the place we call Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful introduction and for having me today. When I tell people about birds, I get that question a lot. When did you start liking birds? Why birds? When did it start? And I always tell people I've always liked birds, but I never gave them the attention they deserved. So even when I was a little kid, I'd be like, oh, red bird, yellow bird, blue bird, and not necessarily knowing what the bird was per se, but paying attention to them a little bit. But my late grandfather was a birder, and he had 11 children, folks. So he would take his kids to parks and, natural areas and things that were free. I always say if it's free, it's me. So he would take his family out into the woods, and the advice he would always tell my mom, my aunts, my uncles is pay attention. So he would say, close your eyes. What do you hear? What do you see? Like he really wanted to activate their conscious minds when they were outside. And that got passed on to me. And that simple advice of just pay attention, I started to pay attention more. And when I started to pay attention more, it's just birds are so wonderful and they're so different. And you're always learning something new. I like to call them windows to wonder, because you open one and then you open another one and you open another one. And it was just like this snowball effect of, curiosity and wonder and seeing a new bird and a new bird and a new bird, and then starting to realize, holy cow, like it isn't just a robin. It isn't just this one bird. It isn't just a crow. Like you mentioned the crow, like there are all these different birds out here. So that's where it started for me is my grandfather and my family really just kind of encouraging me to just pay attention. And I always tell people it's amazing what we see when we pay attention.
It is. And Dexter, I would have told you years ago that bird watchers were the biggest nerds. Of course, that's obviously a cliche. And then I moved out into the woods, and I find myself every morning with my face against the glass and then like getting out there, and I'm like, oh, what is that? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm it. I become the bird nerd. And I realize if you're not into bird, you're the idiot, because you're missing so much of presence. And I was thinking about it, especially as it pertains to this book. Dexter, I was walking my daughter home in the woods from the bus stop the other day, and we heard a bird, and she goes, Mommy, what does a sad bird sound like? And I was like, that is such a profound question. I just always thought birds were happy because they could fly. And yes, I'm writing a song about it now. But with all that said, Dexter, I think that can you talk about what it's done for your soul and for those around you? It just done for your, I guess, happiness and the joy factor in your own life to stop and the presence that, these birds and nature have given you to be in the moment. What has that done for your own joy?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And I always tell people when people ask me, why birds? Like, I grew up in a lot of urban neighborhoods, and, a lot of my friends are like, birds? Like, what? Really? You're into birds?
What happened to you, Dexter?
What happened, right? Yeah, I'm like, you know what? Proud bird nerd, I let that flag fly. But there's a lot of different reasons, but it kind of falls into three buckets for me. And the first one is mental health and well-being. As somebody, I've battled mental health throughout my entire life, but what I found is when I'm in nature, and I always tell people birding isn't about the birds, it's about an outdoor experience. It's about just connecting to nature as a whole, because if you're paying attention to everything, not just the birds. But being outside, and as a scientist, I teach science communication at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and the research is clear. Just being outside, folks, makes you feel better, right? Just being outside lowers cortisol levels. If you're in the forest and you're forest bathing, you're going to see anxiety levels coming down. You're seeing depression levels coming down. So it is actually good for you. So I always find this, maybe it's been a long week. I need to decompress. I hit the trails and I come back and I feel rejuvenated. So it's the mental health, it's the well-being of it. I know when I started hiking and being a regular birder and going out all the time, I started losing weight. I started, blood pressure levels are coming down. And so I was like, wow, not only mentally am I feeling better, but physically I'm feeling better. So that's number one for me, is mental and physical health and really just making you feel like a better human being every day. The next part of it is this environmental awareness component of really being connected to the world around you and understanding that you do have an impact, right? And I always say when you start to pay attention, you start to care. When you start to care, you start to do. So that's where this conservation component comes in, and really understanding your place in this universe and understanding you're just this itty bitty component of all this beauty around us. And when you do that, it's humbling, it's uplifting. You really start to understand your place in this world a little bit better. And the last one is community and connection. You know, I'm so honored to be able to bring people together around birds. And, you know, I just love seeing the community, the conversation, the connection that happens amongst the group. We might have people come out. You mentioned that beach photo. That was like 40 people out that day, but then maybe a few days later, I see 3 of those people out birding together. Now they have birding buddies. Some of the most fantastic people I've ever met in this world, I've met on the trail or out in the wild, as I like to say, birding. So that community and that connection is really important. So for me, it's those 3 buckets. It's that mental health and physical health benefits, it's the environmental awareness, and it's the connection in the community.
Lindsay always asks me on Friday, and I ask her the same question as we wrap up the show. What are you doing this weekend? And I'm a daily walker. It's a constitution for me. I get out there and I book. My Friday walk is a little bit different. I walk on the banks of Lake Pontchartrain, the shores of Lake Pontchartrain. I make my way down there. And one of the things that I've started doing, because my wife is a bird watcher. That's what Claire is. It's not like something that it's like a little interest. It's a big, big interest. I've gotten to the point now where I don't actually have a distinct destination anymore. I just simply say when I see my 5th brown pelican, I turn around and go back. And you can really begin to become a bird watcher by simply becoming a walker, can't you? I mean, it's just one of the most basic things you can do. If you want to become a bird watcher, you don't need to go out there with the intention of looking at birds. If you simply make a commitment to your health and start taking walks in places where birds are going to be seen on a regular basis, that can be the beginning of a commitment, correct?
100%. And it's so funny that you mentioned that, because that's usually the first thing that I tell people is they'll ask me, well, what's birding? How do I birding? What's a birder? And I say, you know what? Start at where you live. Whether you have an apartment, a house, wherever you live, birds are there, right? You got a patio. If you're lucky to have a patio, go sit on your patio and just pay attention. Walk around the block and just pay attention. I always say, download the Merlin Bird ID app. This is a really good one, because this kind of blows people's minds, especially people that are curious or have never been birding, to really understand how many birds are actually around them at all times. So if you download the Merlin Bird ID app, it has a sound identification function, and you can hit record, and you can just walk around wherever you live, and it listens for birds. And then once it hears a bird song or a bird sound, it will pop a picture of that bird up on your phone for you. And before you know it, folks are walking around their neighborhood a couple blocks, and they're like, holy cow, there are 10 different species of birds around me. I thought it was just one. I thought it was just a bird. But there's 10 of them, or 12, or 14, depending on what time of year it might be. So I think that's what I would say, is just start small. You don't need fancy equipment. If you don't have any binoculars, that's okay. If you don't know what you're looking at, that's okay. If you don't know what you're hearing, that's okay. Just pay attention. And it's pretty cool. You can just do that. Just start walking around your neighborhood, and they're gonna be there. I always tell people, birds are moving in the sky. They're in your bushes. They're on the ground. They're in the water. They're hanging out on your apartment or your house. They're literally everywhere. So just pay attention and look for the movement. Then I say, listen to the music, right? We're on a radio show. I say, listen to the music. They're going to make some beautiful sounds, and they're going to be singing. They're going to be doing different things. And next thing you know, you start marrying those two together, movement and music and sounds. And guess who's seeing more birds? Right? So that's the approach I take. And then I say, hey, you don't need to know what you're looking at. You can figure it out later. You can use a resource like my book to figure that out. But it is fantastic. Get you the Merlin app and go for a walk.
I'm so glad you just said the Merlin app because it was literally my next question. And we're talking about Dexter Patterson, his book, Birds of the Great Lakes. The book, by the way, even when you just look at the book, it puts yourself at peace a little bit. So if nothing else, put this book on your bedside table or on your coffee table or in your truck, and it'll just bring you a moment of present and peace. But as it pertains to the app, because I have that app, the Merlin app, and I put it on when I go outside. But I was thinking yesterday when I was thinking, knowing we were going to have you on and diving deep, Dexter, the idea of that app is great and it's fine and it's a nice tool. However, what is it that, say, your book and actually the writing down and a physical something we can hold in our hands and trusting our own instincts, those things are important. The AI, the apps, that stuff is a fun enhancement. But what is it, do you think, that makes this book, your work, the actual person out there, one-on-one, trusting what they're hearing and seeing, the real core of what we're doing, and the reminder that we have to trust our own instincts and what we're interested in versus what the app is telling us to be interested in?
Yeah, like I said, it's a great tool. It's not it doesn't know everything, but it can be helpful in a sense of like, I've never heard that before. What's that sound, right? I always tell people, they're like, because I bird by ear, when I'm taking people out and when I'm making my videos, I typically hear the bird first and then I try to locate it. And they're like, how do you know all these birds by sound? I said, it was one bird, one call at a time. So it is this lifelong learning process. I think that's what I love most about birds and birding as a whole, is there are so many different species, right? They're different every different season. They have different calls. They have different behaviors for different things. They change their colors. They do all these different things. So you'll never know everything. And that's part of the excitement for me, is always looking forward to learning something new, always looking forward to seeing a new species, always looking forward to seeing a new behavior, always looking forward to exploring a new place. And that's part of the human element of birding, is really immersing yourself just in the experience. It is here for you all times, all seasons, no matter what. They're always going to be around and be there for you. So I think that's part of that, Lindsay, when I think about, that human connection and learning and being really kind of proactively putting yourself in these environments and being intentional about learning about these birds. It's really rewarding. It's super exciting when you hear something and you're like, oh, I know what that is now, right? Those moments are really fantastic. And I love seeing those moments take place on some of my bird walks and on the hikes with folks, when I'm seeing them learning something or seeing something new. That really fires me up. So yeah, there's nothing like that human to bird connection, like that real one-on-one attention. There's nothing like it. The apps are just tools. The camera is just a tool. The binocular is just a tool, but they're not a necessity for birding.
In the Birds of the Great Lakes, I have to imagine as you put this book together, you felt like you were actually creating profiles for your friends, as if you're kind of sitting down and saying, these are the friends I've made along the way.
100%.
I want you to meet them. There's so many wonderful things in here, and I've got two questions. The one is an incredibly practical one about going out and hiking. And, as one of the other things, too, if you end up being a bird watcher first, you end up becoming pretty darn good at figuring out how to actually hike in the most comfort level. So I got a couple of practical questions. But I kept, as I went through the book, I got to tell you, the bird that melted my heart the most, it's the cutest, most wondrous thing I've ever seen. And it's so simple. I've seen them before. The pied-billed grebe. And Lindsay, it melted my heart. It is, it looks like a duck, but it essentially comes from the grebe family. It's got, certain kind of, it just uses the water to hide. It is the most adorable thing I've ever seen. Have there been any birds on your first encounter with them that really, truly stopped you in your tracks and melted your heart?
100%. And people ask me this all the time, and they're kind of shocked at my answer, but it's the male house finch for me. Every single time I see the male house finch, especially in the spring when he starts singing and letting people know, I'm here, spring is coming, and trying to entertain its mate, and his little chest and his throat is all red, and they're just the cutest little things in the world. I love a male house finch, and that's bird joy for me. is I don't care how many times I see these common birds, they still melt my heart, right? And I think a lot of times what happens with people as they go on year by year and they start adding to what we would call a lifer list, is like how many birds you've seen, and they start keeping track of how many birds they've seen. They start to lose their joy a bit, and they start more focusing on checking off another bird on their list. And now it's not about the experience anymore. It's not about the joy. You're not appreciating the male house finch or the pied-billed grebe that I get to see on my local lakes every single year. And I just love that they're so tiny and so adorable, but they can dive, so deep into the lake, and they're snatching fish and coming back up, and you're just like blown away that this little bitty adorable little thing is a predator, right? Like, it's kind of crazy to see something so cute come up with a big old fish in that pied-billed grebe bill. But
It's like Yoda. It's like Yoda against the Emperor. It's like this little tiny guy pulls out a lightsaber.
Like, how is this possible? Like, how did you just do that? You were gone for like 20 seconds, and now you're back with a fish. Like it blows my mind every single time I see it. But it's those common birds. It's the house finch. It's the American robin. When they start hopping across my lawn looking for worms as the snow starts to melt, like I pay attention to them every single year, and I adore them every single time because I appreciate them, and I think a lot of people lose that. And that is my call to everybody. Like, I'm always trying to tell people, do not lose your joy. Once you do that, like, you're just really kind of cheating yourself, I feel like, from all this joy that's surrounding you at all times. So focus on the joy. Focus on the common birds that you always see. They're always doing something different. If you actually pay attention to them, you will learn something new. So that would be my advice to folks out there.
Really quickly, before Lindsay's got a couple of things for you, I want to just kind of ask you a couple of hiking questions as well. Are you a trail mix guy or a snack bar guy?
I'm probably more of a trail mix person. I see too many wrappers from like the snack bars and stuff on the trail, so pick up after yourselves when you're out there. Usually with the trail mix, you don't eat it all, and people keep their bags with them. But I'm a nutty guy.
And my final question is, have you become an expert on what kind of shoes to wear? Because often we're covering a lot of ground. Is there a recommendation you have for folks, particularly in areas of the world that have 4 seasons like where you're living, about the kind of shoes maybe you want to invest in if you're going to keep this up as a regular habit?
Yeah, you want comfortable shoes, and you definitely want a nice hiking, actually something that is built for the trail. If it can be waterproof, that's even better. So I have a pair of waterproof hiking boots that I wear typically. And really, you can do research on where you're going to go. I think that's really helpful. Birdability.org is a really good resource in regards to trail information across the country. They give you accessibility information. How long is the trail? What type of trail is it? Do they have bathrooms? Like, a lot of really fantastic information. So shout out to Birdability. But knowing where you're going is important because that will determine what it is. Pay attention to what the weather is going to be. We actually have snow in the forecast for us tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon.
We heard
here in Wisconsin.
I heard.
I know, right?
They called to tell us. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it's been crazy. So pay attention to where you're going. Pay attention to the weather apps and dress accordingly. Be careful, understanding, your safety is, paramount and number one. Last thing I want somebody to do is hit the trail and not go back.
And if you have any anxiety at all, don't go to birdsaren'treal.com. I'm sure that phenomenon makes you crazy. We're not even going to go there. No. Somebody just jokingly mentioned that over in the chat.
They've been on the show. We pushed back. My wife Claire was like, "You live in a kingdom of lies. Leave now."
Come on. Birds aren't spies. Birds aren't spies. Okay. My real quick question before I go into the other piece that we can do some sort of practical stuff for our listeners. But my husband just texted Dexter, and he wants to know, what's your white whale moment of a bird? What is your in the words of Moby Dick? What is that elusive bird that you are constantly hoping will appear at one point?
For me, is the Kirtland's warbler. And that warbler is it's starting to rebound a bit. It is an adorable little bird. But they nest in very specific areas that have young jack pine trees. And we are lucky enough to have some areas in the state of Wisconsin and nearby Michigan and Illinois where you can see these birds, but it has eluded me. It has eluded me, and I think I just need to maybe try a little harder. I'm not a chase a bird type guy either, so like, you know, I'm not gonna, you know, see a report of a Kirtland's warbler 3-4 hours away, and I'm like in my car driving to go see it. Like I take a more relaxed approach to birding. Like I'll see you eventually, and I think that's part of the excitement. But for me, I would have to say it's the Kirtland's warbler. I've had multiple people reach out to me as I've been sharing this story with people and saying, hey, I can get you one. So hopefully this spring I'll probably get one.
And then what can, on that note, just people, anybody listening that, I mean, I think that perhaps sometimes a good way to get into it is just realizing how we can, even at our own home, our own property, our own daily lives, support the birds around us, support nature. So how can quote unquote everyday people protect the birds that they love to watch, even just in their backyard?
Yeah, if you're lucky enough to have a backyard, putting up bird feeders is a really good way to do it, especially right now. Fall migration is in full effect. Winter is coming no matter where you are. So food resources are more scarce for them during the winter. Putting up heated bird baths is another one.
Oh, it's so nice.
Having water features. Yeah, water features in your yard will bring them in. Birds hear water. So if you have a water feature, that's definitely going to bring them in. They're always looking for fresh water. And that's a good way for you to start to see what's around you. Your next thing you know, you're like, holy cow, I didn't know I had this bird here. And it's in my yard, and I'm looking at it. So bird feeders are a really good way, as well as those water features, providing some water for them.
Love it.
I got to tell you, man, you say, you know, bringing joy to birding, you have brought joy to this show. We are so pleased to have you. And we've been able to say this to so many guests this morning. We can tell you the same thing. You're welcome back anytime. By the way, guys, go to wiscobirder.com. That's WISCO, of course, for Wisconsin. Birder.com. You will find a great deal of joy waiting for you. Also, if you purchase Birds of the Great Lakes, it's by Dexter Patterson. He has joined us this morning. I hope you have the best of weekends. I hope the snow brings out other kinds of birds that you can look at and enjoy. Thank you, and happy Friday to you.
Thank you so much. This has been a joy.
He's a joy. Bird joy. If you're not happy, go listen to the Bird Joy podcast. And if that can't make you happy, I don't know what to do, Jim. I don't know how to help you.
You can give them country and western news.
Ooh, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds?
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And dude, Jim, today we're digging a couple of these. One of these stories is wild, but there's something so much deeper to discuss on all this.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
You better be seasoned that day, man, because this is Road Gang Radio, and we are live from Fastport Studios. You have something for us there, Jimmy?
First of all, big shout out to you. Even though they seized your backpack, you have seized the day this morning and done a terrific show despite that stuff. Well, it's not too soon. It's a compliment, man. It's a compliment.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you, by the way. Good news, bad news with regard to cargo theft in the United States and Canada. There was actually a slight decrease in the number of events in the third quarter of this year. That's the good news. The bad, the financial impact of cargo thefts surged to record levels. So in other words, there's less of them, but what's happening is much more severe. Keith Lewis, Vice President of Operations at CargoNet, breaks down those numbers. Then, if you're in the market for a new truck, Andre Divis of SP Global has some advice after looking at the current landscape. All of that is coming up immediately after Road Gang Radio. That's Trucking with OIDA with our good friends Ashley and Scott of OOIDA.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
Excuse you?
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Oh, she's coming.
Yeah, fun size fun, I'll tell you
She's coming. She's coming. I'm telling you, she's going to be here soon.
Just leave friends.
Well, there she is.
She's all right. Hey, boys and girls. No, she's pretty cool. I like her.
I
She
love
doesn't
her.
have imposter syndrome anymore. That's something I'm about to talk about. Okay, guys, welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
I don't know why y'all do it like you're like a I don't know.
Conductor?
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
You guys are like the minister, like a preacher, but also like a very old. You're very old preachers, I guess.
Praise the Lord.
Well, it's as if Mr. Ed had gone through divinity school. Go ahead.
That's exactly what it is. How
me some-
random
Hey,
and specific. That is so specific and spot on. Okay.
Working on it.
So, guys, a couple of things. Every story here has a deeper layer today, which I like. It's usually always the case, but today it's pretty apparent. So, Jim, Lainey Wilson, of course, she's been making huge waves in Nashville and beyond for over 10 years now. She actually, Jim, right when her first radio hit came out that ended up becoming a #1 for her, she was playing at the Music Loft, the place that I used to manage downtown. She came in and did a songwriter thing for us. It's a great moment. I still have it on camera. About 25 people there, and it went to #1 I think the next week. And after that, I could never get her back up. You know, we could have never gotten her. It went from like, sure, I'll come, to the next week, no, I can do nothing. Crazy. But in all this time, in those 10 years, she's won the CMA Awards Entertainer of the Year. She's certified platinum. She's Grammy Award, won a Grammy, doing sold out shows. And next year in 2026, she's actually going to make her feature film acting debut in Reminders of Him. She was also in Yellowstone. So like, what is she not doing? She's on top of her game, right? She's only 33 and also engaged. But she recently admitted on a radio show, Jim, she said outwardly and somewhat confidently in her unconfidence, that she feels that she does not deserve all the good things that she's worked for.
She doesn't.
Shut up.
No, she doesn't, but go ahead.
She says, and I quote, yes, she does. She says, and I quote, "I've dealt with imposter syndrome, and I didn't expect to. Just because I've been here for 14 years, I always thought, like, well, when I get it, because I'm going to get it, I'm not going to feel like I don't deserve it. Or I'm not going to feel like somebody else deserves it over me. But," she said, "the devil has a way of coming in and taking hold, and he has this little stick that he's always stirring things up. And so I deal with it now on a daily basis." And she said she just keeps thinking that somebody's going to take it away from her, which is what it is. And imposter syndrome, it is described, by the way, as when, and we can all identify with this in some way, shape, or form, but it's when someone doubts the validity, of their own skills and believing that their success is somehow a mistake. And it just creeps in, and, and people keep thinking that someday people are going to find out and take that away. Now, Jim, I didn't think I keep going back and forth in my own. We're going to talk about our own things here, so everybody else can relate as well. But I didn't think I had this because I was like, man, I've always had confidence. I've always believed in my own talent, but I didn't believe it outwardly. I'm always like, yeah, I'm talented, but no one else sees me because I think I always, maybe in hindsight, like sort of dimmed it or whatever. My family may not say that, but I think about people in my life that without blaming it. That I could point to maybe would have gotten me there because they say, by the way, that there's no entry point or cause in the research I've done and looked around to imposter syndrome. But I can point to, without trying to blame, I could say my theater coach who had her own stuff and was constantly paying more attention to the boys and gave them the roles. I can say my radio mentor who always wanted the spotlight, obviously and so we always had to take a back seat, as it should be. And then I could say the music industry in general. You can point to these things that have slowly, it's just, added up over time. But that's not necessarily what imposter syndrome is. And I know you have thoughts on this as well. But I just think it's important to bring up even the people that are at the top of their game that have quote unquote everything they could ever want, still think that is looming. And I think even some of our truck drivers can identify with that. Like, it's a big job that these men and women do out on the road every day, a big job. And when you think about maybe some of the women stepping into the space of trucking, like, oh, who am I to think that I could really do that big of a job and handle that and be that important? That creeps up, but it actually is a mental health case. And
it's okay. You heard me say she doesn't deserve it, and I don't think she does. Now, that being said, no one else deserves it either. And what I meant by that is the fact that deserves has nothing to do with it. And if you worry about deserves, then you actually begin to think in terms of that there is a cosmic force, a vast awareness in the universe that is so petty and so grievous that it specifically looks at individuals on this speck of solar driftwood and makes mean-spirited decisions about who gets to succeed and who doesn't. So when I hear the term deserves, what it often means is that people often think, because there's also an imposter syndrome, a sense that I am a fraud, a sense that this is all, I got lucky, I stumbled into this. And there's an old joke that says that why are many athletes conservative and many actors liberal? And the joke goes, because athletes think they actually earned what they got. And it's not an attack on either side of that, by the way. What it is, it's a sense that there is a randomness to the universe, and it goes back to the presence that we talked about, the idea that you can consider yourself blessed, that both the combination of your hard work and the opportunities that weren't available to anybody else, or the windows, and I say I don't mean opportunities like people loved you, but like these moments of space that you're able to get through, that sliding door that you got through. It goes back to your favorite movie, is to understand that you are where you are both by a random series of events and also by the active choices you have made to make yourself ready in case the break went towards you. So you both deserve it and you don't. And the idea is that, yes, somebody could take it away from you. So why don't you just take a moment in that moment to enjoy what you have been given and make the most out of it? And I think it's why a lot of people become real kind of champions of good causes for the right reasons. They realize how fortunate they are in that moment in time to have all of these equations, some of which they had nothing to do with, add up to this moment. But to also remind themselves that they put forth the effort to get there, that there's a lot of people who have been afforded more opportunities than they'll ever get, who have blown it in a million different directions. And so it's a matter of kind of just take the moment to be aware of the fact that you should be in awe that you got to this point and that so many things went into making it happen. I'm sorry I got woo on that, but I often say whether you deserve it or not, make the most of it now that you're here. That's it. That's my take on that. That's how I feel.
Well, it's not a formal, by the way, it's not a formal mental health diagnosis. I agree with you also, Jim. It's not a formal mental health diagnosis, meaning that there's no official way to test it or, any formal methods to treat it. You either kind of recognize it or you don't. But there does, Jim, seem to be, common behavioral patterns, including, and this is a few of them they say, which everybody get your checklist out. Do you have one or all of these? Holding yourself back from reaching your goals, being a perfectionist, being unable to forgive yourself for mistakes, and feeling uncomfortable when praised. That one is sort of a big one. So, there's a lot to unpack there. And it's just Lainey says, I'm not just Lainey the artist. And this, by the way, how great is this? This comes back to our guest, Dr. Anton from earlier, because she says, what I realize is I'm not just Lainey the artist. I'm not just Lainey the songwriter. I'm not just Lainey the wife, this and that. When it comes down to it, I think that's, if you really step away from that imposter syndrome and be like, I'm all these things, I am here for a reason. And she said, I am. She literally says, I am in the quote, which goes back to our guest earlier. But
right.
The final words from Lainey
her.
Wilson, the Lord don't put you in places where he don't want you. And I quote Lainey Wilson. So I love that, y'all. Keep on keeping on. Imposter syndrome happens even to Grammy Award winners. Okay, Jim, this story is wild to me. This story is so wild to me. Do you know Todd Snyder's music?
Yeah, I do actually, but not well.
Oh, God, he's so good. But there's so much. This is gnarly. Okay, so he's a cult favorite, but he's not in the middle of he's not like, in the middle of media or a household name, so to speak. But damn it, if TMZ didn't put him on the map in a bad way right now, and, all these other outlets have now picked up on this, Jim, people who have never talked about him, Jim, they've never spoken his name before. And now this is how his name is getting spoken about. This is insane what happened. So court documents, Jim, show that Todd Snyder, I'm bringing this up I don't like to do
this isn't salacious. I get what you're going with here. I get it.
Yeah, this is something that happened that unfortunately, hopefully would have been personal for him, and it's not. So court documents, Jim, showed that Todd Snyder, he was arrested November 2nd, just a couple days ago, for disorderly conduct. But let me tell you what happened. So reportedly, Todd Snyder got a, let me pull it up because I don't want to get these facts wrong here. Okay. Okay, here it is. Down at police.
Remind me to tell you when you're done with that, to tell you what the actual diagnosis for Lainey Wilson would actually be, but go ahead.
Okay, so Todd Snyder, he's out on tour, was out on tour, and he was attacked outside of his hotel. He was attacked by a random fan, who knows what it was. And so it was attacked and mugged and brutally beat up. And he had to go to the hospital.
A random fan. Okay.
Yeah, fan, obviously.
Fanatic. Yeah, the literal definition.
He sustained severe injuries as the victim of a violent assault outside of his hotel. So they put a statement out. They said, hey, this is when he was in Salt Lake City, by the way. And they said he will not be able to perform for an undetermined amount of time. That's how bad he was hurt. They say, we're very sorry. We hope to have more information soon. So then what happened, so according to Salt Lake City police, he was attacked. He basically told officers that he'd been in town with his band and the band left him. And all he could tell was that he was mugged at a venue he was supposed to play at on his like from the hotel on the way. He has no other memory outside of that. That's how bad it was. Okay. Now cut to, he's in the hospital, and apparently they went to discharge him. He was on meds, and he started freaking out because he said, I should not be discharged yet. I still need to be here. I should not be discharged yet. And he sort of refused to leave the hospital. And he didn't believe him, and he started cursing at the staff. And then, so he finally left after being told by a medical professional that he had to. And he reportedly then returned and began to make verbal threats to another victim in the hospital. He started threatening to beat people in the hospital up and getting into the face of other victims and people in the hospital. So then he got arrested because of it. And the hospital, oh my God, it's just there's so much information here that I can't get to. But my point in telling you all that is clearly something else was going on, obviously behind him, behind the scenes. He had been mentally, there'd been a decline going on. Jim, I'm gonna let you speak for a second so I can kind of collect my thoughts.
Yeah,
here, the whole point in all of it, what I want to say is that TMZ has never mentioned Todd Snyder's name before until now. All these other outlets have never mentioned his name before now. And he is a troubadour in the songwriting community in Nashville. There was East Nashville before Todd Snyder, before this album he put out in 2004. And then there was East Nashville afterwards. And that album that he put out really sparked a change in songwriting around here, a change in the East Nashville songwriting community. And so we know that around here, but it wasn't a larger thing.
Wow, I know where I've heard of him before. It was from you, by the way. You actually made mention of this human being as a way of saying there's plenty of people who haven't been mentioned before. I'm just actually remembering that.
Oh, he's great. Everyone here knows him.
You've made mention of him in this format. You have made mention of him as somebody who doesn't get the attention he deserves. This is so flipping unfair. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. I can't figure out. So I guess apparently, yes, it's unfair. And I guess over the years he's been in decline. He would show up. There's obviously mental health going on here. There's addiction going on here that they talk about, that he's sort of openly talked about as well. And in the songwriting circles, Jim, he's been seen as a saint, and he's been forgiven for missing or canceling tour dates in the past, or other indiscretions that would normally, that would creep into people's experiences about the songwriter. But however, Jim, in the past 5 years, the general chaos, I guess, that surrounded Todd Snider, apparently, that was forgivable in the past, has certainly
escalated.
Changed and escalated. And his longtime manager, who's in the picture and very close to him, he says they put out a statement. He says, I've talked to my friend. He is struggling, and he's been telling people, I'm a junkie and I'm going to die a junkie, and that's okay. And I quote from Todd Snider. I'm sort of all over the place on the statement because the story has completely thrown me. Made me very sad that this amazing talent. It feels like a little bit to throw back to the Kurt Cobain days, when we sort of applauded mental unstableness in order to get better stories and better music out of somebody. It feels like this, to me, feels ugly and gross, like it's creeping back into that because of people like TMZ, and it just makes me very angry.
Couple of things really quickly. The first of which is what you have just described is exactly what an intervention is designed for. An intervention, when you have one, by the way, guys, never should be designed to get the person to go straight. It should be to basically separate yourself from the situation. When you actually have an intervention, what you're telling the person is there are two doors, one of which puts you in a place that you are very alone. But if you go through the other door, we actually will be on the other side waiting for you when you go through what you have to go through. And there is a smack of both Kurt Cobain and Amy Winehouse to this, where, well, I don't want to mess with my gravy train. Man, these songs are terrific that you're writing for me. Man, the company is brilliant. The inspiration you bring to my own kind of creative powers is immense, and I'm willing to put up with your sins. And then they become too much, and we cut the person off. I think what breaks my heart more about it is TMZ's involvement, like you said, the idea that you have somebody who is, of immense gifts and who's never been given the proper due or the proper attention that he deserves, and when he finally gets his name in the national news, it's for something disgraceful. But what makes me more upset about it is the fact that nobody has a point of reference. So no one whose heart is breaking knows him other than the people who actually know him. So it just becomes, this pampered, privileged addict behaving badly, as opposed to anybody who really knows him. He never had a moment in the sun in regards to the public. So now the only moment he gets is one of disgrace and humiliation and shame. And that is part of what is so very much wrong. It's always been what's wrong, but it is accelerated, and shame on TMZ. Really shame on them.
They're the worst.
Shame.
They're the worst, and I can say that because I worked there. I was one of the people who launched TMZ. I don't know how much I've talked about that before because it's not a pleasant part of my life. I did not launch it. I left a job to go over there, not knowing what it was going to become. We were lied to, and I will speak openly and candidly about it. We were lied to when we were told what TMZ was going to be. And then we got in contracts and then found out it was going to be a straight up paparazzi site. And I just clawed my way to get out of there as quickly as possible. I would cry every day. It was an awful, awful experience. And it's become an awful, awful place because of things like this.
TMZ is an example of the kind of genius that also creates marketing campaigns for cigarettes for kids. I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same people who actually gave us the fast food industry, the way it exists now. It is brilliant. It is staggering in its conception. It is, I as somebody, and you know me, I pride myself on knowing what good programming is, provided I have a budget. Its programming, design, layout, and system of delivery is nothing short of genius. It's also evil, straight up.
Very evil.
Straight
and I
up.
actually like some of the people that work there. They are nice people. I know some of the humans that at least used to work there. A couple are still there. I can't believe that a couple are still there. They're good people, or at least they were before they got into the tentacles of TMZ. But there's nothing positive about it. Nothing. I'll say it again. Okay, moving on.
Gina Harrison says prayers for him and for his circle as they apply the appropriate amount of tough love and self-preservation. Thank you, Gina.
Yeah,
well said.
Beautifully said, actually.
Well said.
Beautifully said.
Continue, please.
All right, moving on, because the CMAs are coming up. They're going to be next, I guess that's a week from Wednesday, the 19th. And I just want to briefly touch on the performers because it gets me excited about the show. Luke Combs will be performing twice, actually, and Lainey Wilson.
Performing twice?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Performing twice. And Lainey Wilson will also be performing. They're among the first singers to announce that they will be performers. There's the 9 performances includes a trio of female vocalists and vocalists of the year nominees, which is Ella Langley, Lainey Wilson, and Megan Mulroney. They will be performing together. The awards will be on ABC Wednesday, November 19th. More performers are expected to be announced, but the list features that are going to be performing. I don't even know. Big X the Plug, all one word. Dre, do you know who that person is?
Coming in.
He's coming in.
Coming in hot.
Bringing him
Big
from the
X
bullpen.
the Plug. THA.
Oh, yeah.
Big X the Plug.
I guess we didn't talk about him on this show. I thought we did a little bit. But yeah, he is a Texas rapper. He does the song Texas, and it's like played at all the different games and all that stuff.
I know that one.
Yeah, so that's him. But then, I dig his music. I like how he transitions from different songs, and he takes like old school samples and then makes it more modern. But he did a country album recently where he had a little bit of everybody on that. It wasn't half bad.
Well, you're right, because he's got all these collaborations. He has a song with Jelly Roll. He's got a song with Bailey Zimmerman. So he's blowing up. And he'll take the stage, actually, with Luke Combs to sing Pray Hard, which is a song about overcoming adversity through the power of prayer. They'll be performing that. Other performers really quickly are, so that Big X the Plug and Luke Combs. Ella Langley is going to play her new song, Choosing Texas, which I love. Lainey Wilson, Luke Combs, Megan Mulroney, Shabuzi, and Stephen Wilson Jr.
Shabuzi.
Tucker Wetmore and Zach Top will all be performing. More to come. All right, speaking of Jelly Roll.
Stoning me to my soul.
He's he's huge, both, but not physically. He's
Not anymore.
Lost a lot of weight.
Not anymore.
Nice catch.
Lost a lot of weight. But during his first ever tour to Australia, which he was just on, he was not recognized, and he had his pretty woman moment, Jim. The country's superstar. He's been headlining major festivals, and he's been over Sydney performing. He said on Wednesday, just 2 days ago, he shared this video on Instagram recounting that he went into a Louis Vuitton store in downtown Sydney, and he did not get a warm welcome.
It's the start of a joke. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Jelly Roll walks into a Louis Vuitton. He does not get treated properly. So he said that he walked in, he said they just stared at him. He says, hey man, this is on his Instagram video. He says, hey man, the Louis Vuitton in Sydney legitimately just treated us like we were finna come in and rob that place. He said, I have never been looked at more criminal in my life. He said, listen, this is great. The last time I was looked at like a criminal this bad, I was an actual criminal that bad. He said, I've not been looked at like that since. And he said, despite the uncomfortable encounter, he kept his cool. He kept his signature humor intact. He just laughed it off. But they did not treat him well. They did talk about bad PR for not only Louis Vuitton, but Australia in general. Not a great look.
I dated a young woman once who was Gothic in her presentational style, and she had black dreads, impeccably dressed, and she was treated so badly one day at a boutique store. But it's got a great ending to it, by the way. She was treated terribly by the girls on the floor, and she just kind of stood there just looking around. I mean, and I'm going to tell you something, dressed nice. The manager came from upstairs down and basically told the two girls, you're fired, you're fired. We don't treat anybody like this. And if you'd bother to even give them the time of day and looked, you would have seen they were put together well. And this person, like any other person who is put together well and doesn't cause a distraction, is worthy of customer service. Get out. How can I help you today? And took her through the store and showed her all the new things. She was there on a buy. She was there to buy something. A client had hired her to do styling for him, and she was there on a buy. And the manager recognized it immediately. Not that she was there on a buy. She had no idea why she was there. She just simply saw a human being being treated badly by her employees and came down there and fired everybody. True story. Don't do that to people, man. Don't make an assumption. Somebody comes.
Big mistake.
Yeah.
Huge.
Big mistake. Pretty woman moment.
We have a couple minutes left, so I want to circle back to the Todd Snyder story now that I've taken a breath and not so angry anymore, because there are a few more details to bring up.
Okay.
But Jim, people that are close to him, there's a great article in Saving Country Music. If you go to savingcountrymusic.com, they do a great job at breaking down really the songwriter aspect about people. But people close, according to people close to Todd Snyder, they say that he's been frustrated at the state of his life and career, and feeling like he's been left behind and that his contributions are overlooked. So they say all that combined with a severe spinal stenosis that has inflamed his addiction issues. There you go. And that it's just really made his life unbearable and made him unbearable to be around. So the real question here is now if the music community will gawk at him and talk about his problems and gossip about it, or help him rise up, and or just the music community rise up and attempt to actually get him back to a comfortable place. Because this is at this point, sort of, why bother, I think there's been a lot of,
I won't lie to you, Lindsay. This is one of those moments when you hear people say stuff like, we're all a family here, we're so supportive of one another.
Thoughts and prayers.
This is one of those moments where it's like, I got to tell you right now, we're going to figure this out, by the way. I also want to give an apology to our good friend Marshall. We had some stuff we had to dig into today. I know that he called back. But you understand, this is something that we're going to be wrestling with for a while. I wanted to quickly... I just find these moments, Lindsay, really painful, because we're going to find out what a lot of people are about really quickly, aren't we?
There's a human being there. Let's go back to Dr. Anton Gross. We are all connected. And if you knew that you were connected to Todd Snyder, if you actually knew and believed that, if you knew that he was a part of your hand, so to speak, you would help him out. I don't know I'm not saying you personally can maybe do something, but we can recognize that you can't personally go over and help Todd Snyder, but you can hear this story and help somebody in your own life that you may see having that issue or struggling, and just, I don't know, just don't amplify it. Go the other way. It's so simple. Life could be so easy and we make it so hard. Just love people, check on your people, look out for them. Obviously a big story, even especially with all of our listeners who spend a lot of time alone. So check on your people, guys. This has been a very deep show for a Friday. Apologies, but that's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. It's Friday. We just want you to get home safe. We want you to feel loved and seen and supported. That's the name of the Road Gang.
It is, by the way, and approach avoidance is what Lainey Wilson successfully navigated, by the way. Well done on her part. Trucking with Oada is next.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Cargo theft numbers are in for the third quarter of the year. We'll get Keith Lewis from CargoNet on the line to let us know the good, bad, and ugly of this report.
And Andre Davis of S&P Global with a look at the current state of the heavy truck market in the face of softening demand. Trucking with OIDA starts now.
Welcome to Trucking with the OIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
Scott, how you doing?
I'm doing just great.
That's
How
good.
are you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
It will come as no surprise to you that cargo theft is
Bad.
an issue.
It's bad.
It's not good.
I'm anti-cargo theft for the record.
As am I.
Okay, good.
CargoNet recently released its analysis of the trends for the third quarter of the year. To help break those all down, we've got Keith Lewis on the line. He is the Vice President of Operations at CargoNet. Let's take a listen. Keith Lewis, third quarter, we've got the stats regarding cargo theft. Just talk to me about how things looked in the third quarter.
Sure. Well, we've seen an uptick in certain specific commodities, one of those being copper. That's very concerning. It's probably tripled from last year.
Wow.
A lot of factors involved in that, price of copper, tariff anxiety, and those type of things. And the method of stealing these type of goods is continuing to rise of fraud and deception, using fraudulent means and load boards to commit these acts. And somebody asked me the other day what I thought, and I think that we are probably at the new norm. The numbers are probably not going to come back down, that the bad guys have figured out a way to attack the supply chain, and they're just going to continue to do it.
That's interesting you say that, because the numbers do reflect kind of a leveling off as compared to a year ago and as compared to the second quarter. I looked at that as maybe some good news. I guess it's good in the respect that it's not going up, but I hear you saying that may be just kind of where we are now for the foreseeable future.
Sure, and what we say is that one of the things that's concerning is that we don't have 100% reporting. There's no mandatory reporting with cargo theft. You're not required to make a theft report if somebody breaks into your shed and steals your lawnmower. It's the same thing with cargo theft. So, you're probably looking at about 10. Those that call themselves subject matter experts in our world are saying that only about 10% of all thefts are reported to us. So that is a concern. But the thing is, I look at our numbers and they're consistent, which tells me our numbers are good. The consistency tells me our numbers are solid, and we can only go with what's reported to us. But again, those that say they're experts say that we're taking in about 10% of the overall theft.
It was mentioned in the report, evolving tactics among organized crime groups. I'm curious, what were some of those that you noticed?
Well, what we learned from COVID was, and all of this big increase started with COVID, but what we learned from COVID is we could work from home. And then we realized we could not only work from home, but we could work from anywhere in the world. And we've tracked these organized crime rings to over 40 countries globally. So we're not just looking at a threat within our borders. We're looking at a global threat now. And with fraud and deception, with the techniques that they're using, it's very difficult to track down, these folks through their IP address or any of that. And the thing that really concerns me is that where your members come into play is a lot of these fraudsters are using your good members that are honest, hardworking, professional drivers to commit these acts for them through deception, reposting of loads, the ruse of it's a blind shipment, and they're getting innocent surrogates to carry out this crime for them.
Yeah, which is obviously concerning on a number of levels. The thing that strikes me as I hear you talking, Keith, is that they are really good at what they do, unfortunately, and they have figured out kind of a secret formula, I guess. They have figured out the way to do this to where they can continue doing it and not get caught. Are we any closer to figuring out how to do that? I mean, I think maybe it comes down to an individual level type thing, but on a grand scale, are we anywhere near figuring out how to stop these bad guys?
Well, it's a very good question. the bad guys are good at a couple of things. Number one, they're very good at return on investment. They're only stealing commodities that they can make a significant profit margin on. And they're stealing what the consumer is buying. The other thing they're very good at is they know our business just as well as we know it, because most, if not all of these folks are in our business or have worked in our business in some capacity. On the other side of that question is, are we closer to slowing these folks down? Every time we come up with a different technique to slow them down, they do an end around on us and come up with a new technique. I've seen techniques that are just unbelievable come up every couple of weeks. And every time I think I've seen it all, I have not seen it all. They're very good. If anybody's heard me say this expression, is our industry, those of us in my space, we're playing checkers and the bad guys are playing chess. So we're having to play catch up with them all the time on everything they do. And with the supply chain moving at the speed of light right now, we want a product, we order it, they make it today, we ship it tonight. It's on the road tomorrow, and it's at my dock door the third day, compared to what we did, say, 25 or 30 years ago of safety stock in the warehouse. It's a total different way we do business. And the bad actors have figured that out, and they figured out that the speed, the efficiency, and the effectiveness of how we move goods now, that is their opportunity to steal.
I can't see you right now, but I imagine when these things pop up, and you've been in this industry and doing this for a long time, to hear you say that you're seeing things every few weeks that surprise you, that tells me that they are, again, however many steps ahead of the rest of us they are. What are some of those things that you're seeing that you're like, oh my gosh, they've figured this out now, or they're doing this now? Do you have a couple examples that you could share with us?
I do, but obviously I can't share those things because I'd be giving somebody the recipe on how to make the secret sauce.
True. Good point. I'm not trying to get state secrets. I promise.
We're not trying to make the problem worse.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But again, I think the underlying thing, then, with that in mind, that's a great point. But it just is if you are seeing these things and you are shaking your head and thinking, oh my gosh, they figured this out now and they're doing it. That speaks to just how quickly they're moving and what they're thinking about too.
Well, if you think about, they've got all day to figure out an end around.
Yeah.
It's X's and O's, and it's offense and defense, and we're on defense and they're on offense, and they're wearing the defensive line down here. We come up with a different way to block the running back, and they come up with a different way to run the play. And it's that back and forth. As soon as we figure out a new prevention technique, they figure out they're already working on. And if you look, how you buy MC numbers now. You can buy an MC number on Facebook Marketplace, and it's who you're set up the hall for, and who's vetted you, and how long you've been in business. All of those things add to the problem of fraud. And again, I get back to they're using your good members, your professional drivers that are involved in your association to commit their fraudulent acts and crimes.
Yeah, I wanted to dig a little bit into the numbers. Q3 showed 772 cargo theft events across the U.S. and Canada, which was down 10% from the second quarter. That seemed kind of like a big jump volume-wise, but then I read that the financial impact took a hit.
Well, if you look at the cost of goods, the cost of goods is much higher. And sometimes when we see that downturn, we say, well, my old expression is you can only sell so many macadamia nuts in the macadamia nut store, meaning nobody's buying right now. So if the bad guys don't have a market to sell these goods, the thefts are going to go down because they're not going to continue stealing things and then warehouse them, hoping that the prices come up and the demand comes up for the stolen goods. So it's an ever flow with the economy. It's how much money that the consumer has. And we saw, people are starting to tighten up their belts, concerned about interest rates and things like that. Although I think we just had some movement last week on the interest rate coming down, a small amount. So, you have to look at I'm not an economist, but you have to look at this from an economist's point of view on supply, demand, market, and those type of things. the value of the goods, if you look at what was stolen, say, 20, 25 years ago, what was big back then 20, 25 years ago is when they first came out with big screen televisions, right? And that was the big thing. You know, a big screen television was $4,000 or $5,000. Now that same TV is $400. So they've moved their tactics to, say, virtual reality headsets, gaming, and those type of things. You can only buy so many of those and put so many of those in the home, and then the bad guys start stealing food products or go back to a different type of commodity. I had one customer call me a year or so ago. I was sitting at the airport, and he calls me up, and he said, I just realized I've had 50 thefts, and I just found out about it today. So that's the kind of world that I'm living in on a day-to-day basis.
Wait, explain that for us if you would. They had 50 cargo theft events, and they had just found out about them because things had been rerouted, or how did that play out?
So the shipments were diverted. So the bad guys, intercepted the loads online. They reposted them, and then they used, owner-operators and told the owner-operators they were blind shipments and got the loads, deferred somewhere else. And then they forged the bill ladings and showed that the loads were delivered. And when, the PO doesn't get closed out and the shipper contacts the consignee and says, okay, well, it's time to pay us for all these goods, the consignee says, well, you still owe me 50 more loads. And then they start doing, a drill down on it, and they realize that all the shipping documents, these bill of ladings, have been forged. And you have to remember, for your owner-operators out there, your members, a bill of lading is a legal contract. Mm-hmm. And if someone asks you to say and says to you, hey, this is a blind shipment, this isn't going from A to B, it's going from A to C, we want you to go to the truck stop and buy a bill of lading and write out a bill of lading, there's the biggest red flag there that you're possibly getting ready to be used in a criminal adventure here. Go down a path of picking up a high value load. Instead of taking it to the consignee, you take it to the bad guy's cross dock. And maybe I can't, I got my law enforcement hat on. Maybe I can't charge you criminally for that act because you were duped as well. But think about this, you're not going to get paid for that load.
Let me ask you this, because from the start of the history of trucking to up to just, several years ago, when you talked about cargo theft, you were talking about an individual or individuals, stealing a load out of the back of a trailer. And we certainly still see that. Anytime we get a news report out of Philadelphia about, however many pounds of meat being stolen or this or that, it kind of brings things back into focus here. And I may be putting you on the spot here, but I'm curious if we know what the percentage is now of cargo theft, the traditional cargo theft of the one, again, I was just explaining there, and the less traditional one that has become far more common now than it ever was before in terms of redirects and fraud and all that. Do we have an idea of what percentage of each of those make up, cargo theft incidents right now?
It's just north of 40%.
40% for the traditional?
No.
Oh, okay.
The fraud has reached just north of 40% right now.
And I imagine you expect that to go up and up and up.
Yeah, it depends. A lot of it depends on, there's a lot of different factors. Who gets arrested, who doesn't get arrested. The crews, they switch up their tactics. So they may be doing fraudulent crimes right now. And next month they may switch their tactics back to following that truck and trailer out of that electronics warehouse in San Bernardino to where the driver crosses into Arizona and pulls into the truck stop, and they either steal the tractor trailer or the trailer, or just, a couple hundred items off the back, which that couple hundred items off the back could be upwards of $500,000 or $1 million in today's world. So they'll switch their tactics up. But I looked at our numbers, and you can make the numbers look like anything you want to look at, depending on the sample data that you look at. Sure. And I looked at one sample data that we had, and it was breathtaking. The fraud had jumped up in that particular time period by 1,475%. So cargo theft overall is up from 2021. It's up over 100% of the numbers we were coming out of COVID.
Wow.
That's wild. Yeah.
You'd mentioned, 20 years ago, the hot ticket item was flat screen TVs. I'm curious, what are some of the popular high value shipments that are being targeted nowadays?
Well, before they were flat screens, they were big screens. Mm-hmm. So those were the ones that were really expensive.
VCRs.
But now it's flat screen. Well, yeah.
8 tracks,
go
maybe.
back-
I don't know.
Yeah. What are you trying? You're
aging yourself,
me
Scott.
on this, right? That's right. You did say in the beginning of trucking, which I was around for that, right? So right now, your hot commodity, your expensive commodity is going to be copper.
Yeah.
Copper and the high-end electronics, the gaming devices, and it depends. If you would have asked me this question 2 years ago, I would have said energy drinks. It was energy drinks and solar panels. So right now, the hot commodity, the high-value commodities are the copper and the high-end electronics, gaming devices, and those type of things. And we're seeing a lot of servers being stolen now. AI servers, that's the big thing right now. We've seen 2 or 3 of those loads stolen. And if I told you what those loads were valued, you probably wouldn't believe me. But it's upwards in the $30 million range for one load.
The frustrating part there's a lot of frustrating parts about what we're talking about here, but one of them is something that you talked about there in terms of someone can be a victim and not even realize that they were victimized or targeted until days, weeks later, I guess, in some cases. I know you've thought a lot about this, and there is no one-step solution, obviously, because you talked about how these criminals are so, advanced, and they're a few steps ahead of us, it seems like, at all times. But if you were advising an owner-operator out there when it comes to all of this stuff, when it comes to traditional cargo theft, when it comes to, all the fraud that we're seeing out there, it can be really hard to protect yourself and make sure that you are not, being targeted. But I know there are steps that you can take, and we've talked to you about some of these before, but would you mind just kind of walking us through again, if you were speaking directly to an owner-operator who maybe has high-value, commodities that they're hauling, what would you tell them? What would you tell them to do?
So it may not be high value. It could be a low-value commodity, but it's high risk.
Okay.
So, for example, if you've got a low-value commodity, like what we went through with COVID with paper products, it's low value, but it's a high risk. So it depends. So everything to me has value. So everything is high risk because the bad guys will steal everything. So on the surface transportation, on the driver that picks up a load and he's worried about somebody stealing his truck, take the key out of the ignition, lock the door, put an ignition cutoff switch in it. There's plenty of companies out there that make these type of devices. Glad hand locks on the glad hands. There's air valve locks for the dash. There's jack handle locks, and put a lock on the back door. I can't tell you how many times I drive down the road and I see a trailer and I can see on the side the name of the company, and it's got a plastic seal on the back door and nothing else.
Yep.
I mean, if you can't put a lock on the door, get a bicycle chain and a combination lock and wrap it around the load bars, the locking bars, do something. Send that bad guy somewhere else. You get to the truck stop, use the environment to make your target harder, whether you have to back the trailer up to a berm, back it up to another trailer, back it up to a light pole. Don't stop. First off, try not to stop, but if you do, look out, make sure you're parked in a well-lit area. And then at night when you go in the truck stop, and this always is a person that came from this industry. My dad owned a trucking company. Why do drivers take that chance on backing into that tight parking spot at night when there's a risk of an accident? Just pull in. You can back out tomorrow morning when you wake up and it's well lit, and most of the other trucks will be gone. Pull in. Your back doors are exposed. The bad guy's less likely to go break into that trailer where the lights are hitting it and there's other traffic around. On the fraud side, anytime that broker, the dispatcher, whoever tells you that it's a blind shipment, your antennas have to go up. If they're using, and I know a lot of people do this, but text-to-talk numbers, and they're not communicating with you by phone, talking to you, all you're getting is text messages. And if you look at the text messages and you see the grammar's not what it should be, the spelling's all wrong, it looks like it could be coming from an AI type of platform where it's not a human that's doing the typing. So those are the things that I would say from a fraud standpoint for the owner-operators. Blind shipments, remember, you're not committing a crime by changing the terms of bill of lading. You're committing a civil violation where you could be sued for changing the terms of that bill of lading, and then you could be being used as part of the crime. And then if the bad guy uses you for a blind shipment from A to B instead of where it's supposed to go, they're probably not going to pay you for hauling that load.
Yeah. We Keith, and you brought up something there I wanted to ask you about too. We are on the precipice of whatever AI is going to do to us or with us or for us. I'm not sure which one, it may be all three there. But when you factor artificial intelligence into everything that you're talking about there, do you think that's going to make things that much worse? Or is there an argument to be made that, yes, they may be using AI, the bad guys, but we can also use AI to counter what they're doing? How do you feel about where we might be headed here?
Sure, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
So on the risk side, I hate to use the word automation, and that's an old term for the 90s. But when we automate a process, we make it go faster and better. But when we automate a bad process, we take that bad process and we just do it wrong faster. So AI is not the good. It's going to save us. It's going to the human capital, the cost. It's going to help us in that regard. But on the other side, there's companies out there that are already doing AI load services, AI dispatching services. Are they vetting the client? Are they vetting the trucking company? Do they really have everybody? It's an AI service. So if the load doesn't get delivered, doesn't get paid, you can't go after the guy that's got the AI service company. They don't have any money. They're not responsible for anything. So it's a double-edged sword here. So it's kind of like when we started doing business or with rate confirmations, instead of back in my day, we did a trip lease for everything. It sped up the supply chain. The driver didn't have to go to the broker's office and sign a trip lease, or anybody remembers those days. Didn't have to sign a trip lease and get a bingo card and, do all the other stuff. We really brought some efficiency. But with the emergence of the internet, we took that efficiency and we made it a bad process, and it helped us steal loads. So long answer to your question, it's going to be both. It's going to help us tremendously become more effective and efficient, but there's always that risk of someone's going to use it for nefarious purposes.
Yeah, they will. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. As far as locations go, were there any changes from the third quarter on the historically high targeted states or locations?
So not really. We did see an increase in copper coming out of Maryland. And it was all the same bad guy and all the same victim. So we did see a bad guy hit some copper facilities in Maryland. That's really kind of the only thing. It really wasn't an anomaly. It was just kind of like I noticed it on the map, on the heat map. But what's changed over the last 25 years is you could look at the orange spot. If you're looking at our heat map right now, you can look at Los Angeles, for example. That used to look like a red basketball. Now it looks like a red egg-shaped area because it's moved out into San Bernardino, Riverside, in that area there, those counties up there. So if you look at, say, if you took a heat map from 10 or 15 years ago and overlaid it on a heat map now, the difference is with the fraud that's going on in the industry versus the traditional cargo theft of stealing it by the shipper or the consignor at the truck stop, you can use fraud to steal 7 days a week from any location in the United States because you're not here. You're somewhere else, and you're just looking for those high-value goods that you're going to target. And the other thing that's changed, so I'll just kind of elaborate on that, is we used to see a V pattern in the middle of the week because of the drivers go out and make a long haul, they make a short haul, they're back home Wednesday, getting reloaded again to make another 500, 600, maybe 1,000-mile trip, deliver on Friday, and then pick up the back haul and go home. We saw a V pattern in the middle of the week. With the emergence of the fraud crimes right now, we don't see that V pattern anymore. It's more consistent because you can commit. You don't have to worry about where the truck is, or you don't have to worry about hours of service with fraud. It's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day.
The thing that I appreciate talking to you about, Keith, or talking with you, is you don't sugarcoat things, and you give us the facts, and you're looking at cold hard facts here, and they show a reality that is not pleasant to look at in a lot of cases. And again, your reports, CargoNet's reports, are thorough, and they give us a lot of information that I think help to educate and inform everybody out there about what's going on and maybe what we can do to curb it. We have been sharing a lot of not so great news over the past 20 so minutes or whatever it has been. do you see, is there anything in there, and if the answer is no, that's perfectly okay too, but are you seeing anything in the data and, the numbers and everything else that's out there that encourages you? I mean, is there any good news that we can take away from maybe where we are as compared to where we were? I'm fishing a little bit here, but I'm just trying to get a sense of if there's anything that encourages you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and thanks for that question. I'm glad you brought that up because my glass isn't half full, it's 3/4 full. I've got faith in this industry. And by the good work of folks like yourself putting me out there to talk to the professional drivers in the industry, hopefully we can make a difference by just this one broadcast. But I can't. Every day somebody calls and says, "Hey, thanks for sending that bolo out. Thanks for sending that alert out. We just saved ourselves from being a victim." Well, all we've done is we've moved that bad guy over to someone else, and we're slowly getting that information out. And I guess just to sum it up is, if we weren't making progress, the bad guy would keep growing, and the numbers would be. It would be, you could extrapolate them out, and we'd be going up 30-40% a year every year. But if you look at how the numbers have stabilized and kind of leveled off, as we talked about earlier, that tells me that we're doing a good job. We're combating this in a good way, because if we weren't doing the good work we were doing, we'd see year after year, we'd see 40-50% increases in the numbers.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, it's a good way to look at it. Keith, we very much appreciate everything that you do, and we appreciate your time in speaking with us.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. And anytime, just please give us a call.
Our thanks again there to Keith Lewis of CargoNet. You can get more information about all they do at cargonet.com. Coming up here after the break, some advice. If you're in the market for a new truck, Andre Davis of S&P Global has that advice for us. They are out with a new report that looks at the market, taking tariffs and trade and everything else into account there. And there's a lot to take into account. So we will get that information here right after this short commercial break. Andre Davis is up next right here on Trucking with OIDA.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
You know, we talk quite often about the push and pull of the trucking industry, Ashley, and one tug here can end up having an effect over there. Never been more apparent than over the past few years. The industry trudges along this freight recession that just won't let up. Someone who's been watching this closely with particular focus is Andre Davis. Andre is the Executive Director of Global Truck Research for S&P Global, and he joins us on the line now to talk about what he's seeing out there and what it could mean for you. Andre, how are you today?
I'm very good. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. And for those who may not be familiar, can you walk us through what it is you do there at S&P Global?
Sure. Thank you. It's great to be here. So as you already mentioned, I'm with S&P Global. I'm in the mobility division, and my team does all of the forecasting for medium and heavy commercial vehicles globally. So we do outlooks and projections for demand and production of class 4 to 8 vehicles around the world. And we're also covering all the hot issues, including tariffs, which you already mentioned, but other themes as well, including the energy transition and all those good topics.
Yeah.
Now, you just came out with a report at the start of this month. What were some of the big takeaways from that?
Well, I think some of the big takeaways are that we're seeing demand a little softer in the U.S. Than we thought we were going to see. We knew that 2025 was going to be a down year for manufacturers of commercial vehicles, but it is turning out to be just a little bit softer than we thought it was going to be.
Any positive signs in the data? Any good news to share?
Yeah, for sure. So notwithstanding some of the downtrend, particularly in Class 8 sales and production, which of course is tied to that freight recession that you mentioned earlier, there are certainly some bright spots. I think one bright spot, particularly looking at Class 8, is that demand for vocational vehicles still remains quite strong. But looking at the truck tractor side, it's not all gloom and doom. We are starting to see capacity come out, broadly speaking, across the industry. That's been going on maybe for 18 months or so. I'm sure you've been covering some of that story as well.
Yeah.
But the effect that it seems to be having is that we're starting to get that kind of rebalancing that's been necessary between available capacity to transport product on the road and the demand for that transportation to occur. And where we're seeing that manifest itself is really in a modest sort of stabilization of the decline in rates, really. And I think if we're looking at some of the recent spot rate developments, a lot of the year-over-year decline appears to have stopped. And then when we look at the mix of spot and contract rates, looking ahead to next year, our economics team is expecting that to tighten, and we're starting to expect growth in freight rates again in next year.
And what kind of effect does that have on people out there, on the individuals out there, maybe whether it be fleets, I suppose, or owner-operators in particular? It just makes it that much more difficult, I would imagine, when you're in the market for a new truck to either find one or a used truck and to get a good deal on that. What effects are out there for individuals that they're seeing out there?
Yeah, for sure. So I should say that my team mostly covers the new side of the market, but we do have some others that look at the used side. But I think times are hard. I think the effect that it has on individuals, whether you are an employee of a larger fleet or you're owning your own truck, times are certainly tough right now. In addition to the opportunities to carry loads, in other words, shipments and load counts being down, the situation that we're in also is that there's upward price pressure on new vehicles. Some of that is just inflation, but we're also seeing cost push from other aspects right now. Some manufacturers are putting surcharges on vehicles following some of the tariffs that have been announced. And on top of all that, obviously, many truck purchases are financed, and interest rates, they've been coming down, but they're still very, very high. So I think when you put it together, it's very hard for the folks that own vehicles and that drive these vehicles right now.
You said the magic word there, tariff, and I do want to. we're obviously going to talk about that here in just a moment. But you had mentioned demand being soft in the U.S., and you had kind of expected that at the beginning of the year, and you're seeing that a little bit here and there. I'm curious, though, globally, are we seeing the same problem or the same situation, or is this kind of a uniquely American problem that we're talking about?
So I think the particular constellation of pressures that we have in North America is unique to North America. The situations in the other regions are different. Europe is a bit stronger now relative to where we thought it was going to be, for example. But there is softness in some other markets for different reasons. Take a look at China now. China is the biggest commercial vehicle market in the world. It is also off peak, but it's really for different reasons there.
What are the reasons
what
there?
We're seeing there?
Yeah.
What we're seeing there is we saw a series of tightenings of emission regulations, which led to a massive ramp up in sales and production ahead of those rules. Since then, we've seen the market really normalize at a lower level. And on top of that, we've also seen, despite ongoing government stimulus and various initiatives that obviously do support commercial vehicle demand, like putting money into construction and various other initiatives, it's not as much as it used to be. So that market is also off peak. So it's a mix of things around the world, and I would say what we're seeing here is when you put it all together, it is unique to North America.
Interesting.
What effect or effects are you seeing on the U.S. and global economies as a result of the Trump administration's tariff policy?
Sure. So first, I have to qualify as saying I'm not the economist for the U.S., but I can tell you what our economics team is saying. I think first of all, U.S. growth continues to be pretty solid, actually, kind of around the forecasts for 2025, 26, 27. They're all kind of around that 2% growth level for real GDP, which is it's not hot growth. It's not really, really strong growth above trend, but it's also not bad. It's not very far below trend either. It's sort of taken that middle path. So I think that's what I would say about the economy as a whole. So there are some pressures there, theoretically, potentially some challenges and some headwinds. We're also seeing in the recent inflation data that we've all been seeing continued upward, some pressure there. But again, I'm not the economist, so I'll let them kind of put all of that together. Yeah. In the truck market, what I would say is this: when we initially started hearing about the tariff plans, we had expected worse. We had done a lot of estimation, and I think maybe you even I think we even talked about that piece of research that we put out earlier in the year, saying that we thought new truck prices could start to rise somewhere in the range of 3 to 8% compared to the no tariff scenario, or pre-tariff scenario, I should say. In the available data that we have through the second quarter of 2025, that didn't happen. We don't have the third quarter data, partly because of the government shutdown, so it's not available right now. But basically through June, we hadn't, across the industry as a whole, we had not seen that size of price increase.
That's interesting.
And I think...
Yeah, I was going to say why. Do you have an idea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a number of ideas. We've obviously been talking to a lot of people in the industry, and I think it's down to a number of things. I think the first one is what we already talked about, which is every price has two sides, right? It's supply and it's demand. And right now, demand for new trucks is not strong, which means that manufacturers' ability to get a higher price is limited.
Sure.
So I think that's the context. But I think in addition to that, there's some other things going on. Some of it could be due to delays, where what we've been seeing in the market, there remains pretty high inventory across the system, sort of vehicles in transit, vehicles out for upfit, et cetera. And some of it is sort of just based on some of the tariff costs being absorbed at different places across the industry. Where maybe in some cases suppliers are absorbing some of it, in some cases the manufacturers are absorbing some of it. The manufacturers may be managing that in other ways as well, right? Like I think we're starting to see also cost cutting in some ways, right? Like we've heard about layoffs at some plants with demand being low, which is obviously also a measure to kind of reduce costs and maybe make up for rising costs elsewhere. So I think there's been a variety of things that are happening that have been done that are limiting what we're seeing so far in terms of the price to the final consumer being the owner-operator of the fleet. That may change, and actually we do expect that to change as we get into 2026. We think 2026 might be the year where we do see price increases in the range of 3%, 4%, 5%, maybe even more compared to prior year, but we haven't seen them so far.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I was going to ask you if someone listening to this right now is thinking about buying a new truck or, at least considering it down the line, what would your advice be for them? I mean, would that be a situation where you would say now is probably better than next year, or if you can hold off longer, what would you tell them?
I think what I would say is there's probably not a one-size-fits-all recommendation. I think it depends on exactly what business you're in and who your customers are and what loads you're carrying. Because, I think all of those things could obviously make a difference, and there's probably pockets of opportunity out there. But I think some of the big, sort of stepping back a bit, what are some of the bigger things to look at? One of those is going to be obviously the vehicle prices. And I do think, as I just said, that tariff cost is more likely to manifest probably in next year, 2026. I think, the other thing, too, is as we sort of look into even further ahead into 2027, obviously we still have an emission change coming, tightening NOx and particulate matter standards on combustion engines, which is widely expected to add further material cost to the truck and probably also price. So those are some things to watch out, down the road ahead of us. The other side too, though, is what cost can you get or what price can you get a loan, and the price being represented by the interest rate, right? So those have been coming down, and I think your listeners should think about where they think those are going to be headed in 2026, and I think those are probably some of the factors I would be looking at to try to make a decision.
Yeah. The other wild card, and we talked about tariffs broadly, but we didn't necessarily focus yet on the newly imposed 25% tariff on imported heavy-duty trucks. I've seen you quoted elsewhere as saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially you don't think it's going to add much additional pressure on the industry as a whole. Is that right? Am I characterizing your stance correct there? And if so, why is that?
I'd like to make one small qualification to that.
Sure, yes, please do.
I think what we were trying to say was that we don't think it's going to add much additional pressure compared to what we thought was already there.
Okay.
And I think that's an important qualification because the background of that statement is as follows. I think in some cases, it is going to add pressure. Like we know that the duty on vehicles coming from Japan now is definitely higher. But as we also know, in North America tends to be a fairly self-contained system. The imports of new vehicles are actually relatively small compared to the overall market. Something like 95% of new trucks and buses are built locally in Canada, Mexico, or the U.S. Only a small percentage is imported from outside, all of Japan, Europe, and a couple other places. So the really important trading relationships for the truck market then as a whole are going to be Canada and Mexico. And they already had 25% rates of duty under the IEEPA authority, IEPA, from early in the year. So the 232 announcement for them kind of carries forward that 25% duty, with the 232 sort of taking priority over the IEPA rate for trucks.
Gotcha.
There is a difference, though, because under IEPA, there was a modification made shortly after the announcement that allowed USMCA-compliant vehicles to come in at zero, and that's not going to be the case under 232, because what's going to come in at zero under 232 is the U.S. content portion of those vehicles. So there is reason to expect there is going to be some new upward pressure on costs for the manufacturers, for the importers, essentially. But again, that was already factored into our analysis when we were looking at, where is this going to go? What kind of pressure is going to be there? And when we said we thought it was probably going to be in the range of plus 3 to 8% for the industry as a whole, that's what we factored in.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I wanted to ask, PACCAR is bullish on its future. It seems like they think they'll be able to weather the storm well due to U.S. production. Does that track?
Well, I think PACCAR is one of the 2 Class 8 manufacturers with the greatest concentration of its manufacturing footprint in the U.S. within North America. So I think when you just look at it that way in terms of where a vehicle is produced and which manufacturers make the most of their vehicles, relatively speaking, in the U.S. as opposed to Mexico or Canada, PACCAR is among the top ones there.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Another thing, if we could shift gears here, that you have covered extensively in recent years is the landscape for electric trucks, which I think is safe to say they're facing some headwinds right now. And they were even before President Trump took office for the second term here. More so now, again, with some of the policies that we've seen come out here. This is a broad question, but if you wouldn't mind just taking a look at the lay of the land here with regard to electric trucks and kind of where things stand now, because it doesn't feel like we see a lot of momentum behind them right now. What are you seeing and what are you hearing out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the landscape has shifted for sure. You know, the outlook that we had for electric trucks was always sort of a mix of, it was based on a mix of organic demand and kind of regulatory push, if you will. You know, the big regulatory pieces of that recently had been, on the one hand, the greenhouse gas phase 3 standard, which had been promulgated under the Biden administration, and then also the state-level initiatives led by California, but also joined by others to encourage and or mandate certain levels of zero-emission vehicle adoption. You know, in the last months, we've seen both of those come under attack. First of all, with EPA, one of the first things the administration did was to announce that they will deregulate, and they specifically mentioned some of the rules around greenhouse gas. So that's one that we're watching closely. I would say that the trajectory for zero emission adoption based on that previous rule is very much in doubt, and we have lowered our long-term forecast as a result. And in addition, right, we've seen California's waiver essentially removed, although there are lawsuits going on right now. So our understanding is that that is not yet final.
Right.
But it is also certainly in doubt. So our outlook for zero emission vehicles has become much more cautious. We still have a positive growth curve, but it's based on a much narrower sort of set of circumstances that are leading fleets to be adopting those vehicles now. So the volumes are lower than they were before.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. When it comes to electric trucks, the USA is trailing so many other countries on this front, namely China. What are they doing with electric trucks?
Yeah, I mean, they've really promoted a whole ecosystem around those vehicles. They've got very high adoption rates in the bus space and also in the commercial vehicle space. I think, one of the things that they're doing is making those vehicles very affordable. And there's a whole host of reasons why prices for those vehicles in China are more affordable. But, from what we can see, the cost of ownership for an electric truck there is already very close to the cost of operating a diesel. So that makes a very attractive proposition for fleets when they're making a decision about what propulsion type to go with. And again, they've put a whole ecosystem around that. The large percentages of the vehicles that are operating in China are of a type that we don't even really see here in the U.S., which is battery swapping vehicles. So operators can simply take those to a battery swapping station when they need to. They can get a new battery fairly quickly and then drive away with a full charge, making it very, very convenient. And China has made it very easy they built up that infrastructure to make that possible. So I think it's vehicle affordability, but then also having directly supported a lot of the infrastructure around that to make operating it easy and possible.
Does that concern you at all, though, Andre? Because, as you know, the barriers here in the U.S. For electric semis, cost, lack of infrastructure, the list goes on here. Doesn't seem to be much of an appetite among people who buy trucks for electric semis. Does that concern you? I mean, are we going to get to that point eventually? Or I guess, what does that road look like, in terms of maybe getting there or maybe not getting there?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's a fair question, right? And I think right now with some of the regulatory pressure having faded or been lifted, companies are going to make those decisions on sort of traditional criteria, right? Like what makes money. At the same time, we do think that, as I mentioned earlier, we do expect the growth of zero-emission vehicle volume in the U.S. We certainly expect it to continue in the bus space, and we also expect it to continue in the truck space. It's just going to be slower. There's a lot of reasons why we believe that. The cost proposition is certainly expected to get better over time. So that's a big factor. Although right now we're seeing, the potential for rising electricity prices in many markets across the U.S. just because of changes in the structure of economy and data centers and all of those things. So that's something we need to continue to watch. But we do think that the cost of operating those vehicles will get better. And we also think the companies that, they've invested in the space, that knowledge is there. And many of the truck makers that are selling vehicles in the U.S., they're multinational, and they do have other markets where they're going to continue that research. So, when the time is right and when operators and fleets want those vehicles in the U.S., I think we can be confident that the manufacturers are going to be able to give them, modern state-of-the-art electric trucks when they're ready.
Yeah, it does seem like this is a free market situation, and it's kind of following that road here. So we'll continue to watch that. Andre, what else are you working on right now? Anything else of interest for our listeners out there?
Yeah, I mean, what else are we working on? I think one thing that we are currently looking at is actually the potential for autonomous trucks, or vehicle automation, I should say. And it's really a multifaceted study. So the title makes it sound like it's all about level 4 autonomy, trucks driving themselves. But really, we spend a lot of time also just looking at the adoption of active safety systems across the industry. And we're really seeing a lot of change there, what we found just in terms of what's being brought to market and what kinds of technologies are being standardized or expected to be standardized even in just the next 5 years, irrespective of, if and when we ever get to a world with significant actual autonomous trucks.
Yeah.
I think, and we're definitely seeing a lot of activity in the space right now. But for the time being, there are certainly some operators carrying real live loads right now, but obviously the volumes are very, very small, and we think they're going to remain small, certainly for the rest of the decade and in the early years of the 2030s.
Well, this is something we can talk to you about next time we talk with you,
sure.
Andre, because this is going to be a topic that we're going to be talking about for years to come, for sure. Andre, really appreciate your time. Appreciate you filling us in and informing us on all the things that are going on out there. And like I said, we'll talk to you again soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Really glad to have been part of this. It was great talking to both of you. Thank you.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?